that for a gavel.
Perfect, good
All
job.
right.
I'm impressed.
Good evening, everyone. Please welcome to the Fitchburg Planning Board meeting for Tuesday, May 24th, 2022. Our first item on our agenda is approval not required plans, for which we have one.
You're gonna pull everything up,
I can
Paula?
pull that, yes. Well,
Just let me know if
Which
you
I
need
have
me to
paper
pull anything
copies
up.
here,
I
too.
do have one up, but do I have to hit the share my screen?
Yes, you do. Yep. And click the screen that you want to share it on.
Where is it? There it is, share screen. There we go.
What's that? She's getting it up.
Is it coming up?
Did you hit share your screen yet?
I did. Let's hit the share button.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
There we go. Oh,
Yeah, it's perfect.
You folks might remember, maybe going on a year and a half ago. Thank
Yeah.
you. There was an area and out plan splitting off several lots off of the former Daigle property on Sheldon, Williams, and I think that's it. No, McIntyre Road too. Anyway, these were the last 10 that was on Sheldon. One gentleman is interested in just combining lots, these two lots. The old farmhouse that you see there, I think it's 112 Sheldon, is just to the left of these two lots. So nothing, no property lines really change. The property line, the common property line in the middle goes away.
Okay,
all right.
it's easy enough.
Meets lot frontage requirements for A&R. Does any board member have any questions?
No, I'll make a motion to approve the A&R plan.
Second. Motion's been made to.
I'm sorry, I need to amend that. Make a motion to allow Mike to sign it because there aren't enough of us here.
Because you have 3.
Second. We need 4.
Thank you.
Right. A motion's been made with a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. And any online? Lynn?
Aye.
Alex?
Aye.
I think we have it. Any opposed? Okay. Thank you.
And Paula, if I may, there is one more that was just submitted today for a property at 93 Lunenburg Street. Oh, yeah, 93 Lunenburg Street. Kind of, it's on the corner of Wilmot, but I said this was kind of last minute. But I got an email during the day. This is from Dillison Roy, the surveyor who's handling this, from the person who dropped it off, asking that they will waive the 21 days within which you have to act on it, because I thought there wasn't enough time. So we can bump it to the next meeting.
Why don't we just do this? Why don't we just continue on? And if we get done early tonight, maybe we do it at the end, and if not, we do it next month.
Do they have an
Okay.
electronic, and if there's an electronic submittal of it, we could view it? Or,
I don't think I got that. I have the paper copy.
yeah, well, that doesn't help the whole.
I know.
Oh, okay, yeah, so we'll just do it next
Yeah,
month.
we'll
That's
do it
fine.
next month.
I was just trying to make it easy. That's fine.
All right.
I don't think it's anything real time.
Did they put it in writing, though, that they're willing to
Yeah,
waive
in
it?
an email, yeah, they did.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for that. Next item on the agenda, minor site plan and/or special permit modifications and extensions. The next item is a minor site plan review we have for Toter, parking plan for reestablishment of a 4-family at 16 Temple Street and 0 Temple Street property.
Is there
Is there any
someone?
applicant here for that, either here or online?
I believe he was registering for it. Last name is Ayalamov.
All right, hold on one
Hodor is
second.
his first name.
Trying to, I have Sam Gandor, Dan Bryant, David Ulian, no, Gary Rano. Those are the only people I don't know on the list.
Okay. Well, he asked for the meeting link, and I sent it to him.
Well, we have one more minor after it, just swap it for now.
Yeah.
So the applicant is not here for that. Okay, we have minor. next minor site plan we have is a minor, well, it's here as, listed as a minor special permit modification, Revolutionary Clinics for adding an external extraction lab at 1 Oak Hill Road.
Is this Phil Silverman, I assume?
No,
Oh.
this is Kyle Bouchard from GPR.
Okay.
Hi,
Hi.
Good evening.
good evening. Again, my name is Kyle Burchard from Goldsmith Preston Ringwall. Revolutionary Clinics is a project that this board's well familiar with. It's been a little while since we were back to provide an update, so my presence here tonight is somewhat as an update and also to make this minor request for what's essentially a pad-mounted piece of equipment in their secured parking area. It's an extraction lab facility that allows for the use of different types of gases and so on to facilitate the extraction process. It's more efficient than what they have currently, and they would like to be able to place it in an area where there's other mechanical equipment that's already crowding a couple of the parking spaces. It would reduce the number of parking spaces in that enclosed area by 5. So there's a little bit of adjustment that I'd like to request on behalf of Revolutionary Clinics to make that happen. One of which is, you may recall, originally there was an appendage, an expansion of Building 5 that was envisioned originally to house emergency generators. They no longer see that will play out. When that came in, that would have added some additional impervious area to the property, and we were compensating for that by proposing, in conjunction with that, to remove some of the paved parking areas that were up against Oak Hill Road. We're asking to just kind of remove that, regain that impervious area, which has 10 parking spaces on it. So actually, this change would net us 5 additional parking spaces.
Are those the ones shaded in gray, down?
So there's the bottom left-hand corner is the shape in gray. That is where we were going to remove the pavement and reduce the parking count. And the red X box that's kind of up in the middle is what would have been the
Top middle.
Oh, up here, yep.
the expansion of the building. So there are several iterations of design and research and coordination and discussion with the fire department and so on to kind of bring us to the realization that this minor adjustment to put in this pad-mounted box, piece of equipment, would be most efficient and effective for them at the moment. It's basically a white corrugated metal box. It has a door on it, has vent fans coming in and out. It's fairly quiet. I think at the peak flow, it just sounds like a, air movement. It is at 60 decibels, but we're about 80 feet inside of the fenced enclosure. It's doubtful you'd hear it when you're walking by. It's kind of like would be the volume of a washing machine, approximately. There are spaces. The reason why there's 5 spaces, it itself would take up about 3 parking spaces. The pad itself will be 24 feet long, about 9 feet wide. This thing is about 9 feet tall as it stands on the ground. There's 1 parking space on either end that is going to be striped out, again, not to be parked in, because when the fans turn on, there's a lot of air intake and outgoing. The whole area of the pad is ringed by protective bollards so that there wouldn't be anybody going near it. There is a cage container on the backside for steel cylinders that would be locked, and so one of those spaces also serves as a delivery point for the refill of those containers that are hard piped through the wall to go into the inside of the extraction lab. So I did, in response to Mike's suggestion that some of the members may not be familiar enough with the parking condition that's on the site, that I provide some additional information, which I did today. I'm happy to explain that. The employment has exceeded expectations there. They recognized that they had to figure out a way to adjust for parking conditions to not have any impact on the Anwell community residents that are next door. What they found is that they'll have a first shift that's at a peak level, that's allowing for visitors and deliveries, as well as the employees to come in. And then they leave a half-hour gap between the shifts. So it allows people time to, get themselves together, get to their car, get off the site before the next shift comes in. That's been working very efficiently for them. They haven't had any problems with that system. So that's how they have addressed that potential issue before it ever became an issue.
What's the current employment number there?
Well, so that's a great question. I don't know exactly what the number is. It's somewhere over 200.
Well,
The first shift is the largest shift. There's 120 employees, but there's always a flux of, vendors or visitors or, some other way, people who are, sometimes they're just the delivery people that park on site, but they're also then leaving the site regularly to do the work. I mentioned in that subsequent memo that Building 5 doesn't have a clear design at this point, so we don't know what'll happen there. It's likely that the employees that are currently at the facility would simply, expand their role into the building, because the process of cultivation would allow for that kind of transfer to occur, or that usage of employees to occur. If there are adjustments, if it does increase, it's not going to increase like twofold. It's going to increase 30% or something like that. They've found such success with the staggering of the schedules of the shifts that they've got a lot of flexibility, whether it's increasing the size of the second shift, which is much smaller, it's about half the size of the first shift, or adding a third shift that, they feel very confident that they can work with that system. I know that the parking requirement for the ME use in the zoning ordinance was added in 2021, and that was, and it's at the discretion of the board to determine if parking is adequate for that use. I would submit to the board that they have figured out a way, they've kind of self-regulated to find that they are managing the parking. They're not an encumbrance upon the Anwell departments as they do so.
okay.
Yeah, I'd like to, it'd be nice to have some comment from the residential aspect, whether or not they're finding any issues with the parking.
Okay.
Do you know? Have you been in contact with them?
I have not been in contact with them for this hearing.
Okay.
I'm just curious if they've run into, issues where they can't find spaces or, I honestly, up until you mentioned this, I didn't know that there was even a potential parking issue there. So it'd certainly be helpful. On that same note, I don't know if we had time, but did you talk to any of the department heads about any comments?
I did with fire prevention, and Captain Krinken has a copy of the materials that Kyle has on the screen now. I haven't gotten anything back, though.
Okay. So I just want to mention a few that,
No, just to, understandably, butane extraction makes fire departments and building officials pretty
yes.
antsy.
We did go through a form of intent with the building department before we came to this step before the planning board, and there had been initial discussions with the fire department. With the leaving of Phil Jordan, I'm sorry, I forget the name of his replacement, but he was responding to, times that could be met to talk about this. They wanted to get through the form of intent before they went through the whole effort, but that is in process to to make sure. The idea of the C1, D1 is that there are explosive materials that are very strictly regulated according to the
Right,
NFPA 1.
I'll just say, we are concerned about that. We also, this is a special permit for this activity at this location. We also concerned about extraction outside of the footprint of the building as well, and in the proximity to it, to the residential development right there in the courtyard, as well as the knowledge that extraction alludes to odors as well. So, this is about the fans and extraction as well at some locations. And we've also had some prior complaints regarding already existing nuisance odors from the facility. So that is definitely a concern we'd have to have assurances on regarding the mitigation of that in this operation that's proposed out here, as well as the parking that seems to be right exactly next to it when it seems to be, of that type of explosive or sensitive nature.
That's very correct. All those concerns are echoed by the team. They want to make sure that this is very clearly understood by all, especially by the fire department. Nothing can be done without their approval of this facility. It's very strictly regulated by NFPA Chapter 38, which is dealing with this type of facility, which is maybe an advent on the scene. The C1, D1 classification is a very strictly regulated type of item that is particular to this type of industry. And so all of that, of course, has to be approved by the fire department through that permit process, through that review process with them. As far as odor goes, yes, I'm aware of what you speak of, previous odors. There has been a filtration system put on the previous system. This system, as I understand, has virtually no odor because everything is within a sealed area. All of the gases that are involved are completely recirculated and recycled within the system itself, so there is no escape. Anything that comes into the lab is sealed. Anything that leaves the lab is sealed. Everything that happens inside the lab at the time of the operation is sealed and recirculated. So that's the assurance I can give you that the odor is not something that will come from this in accordance with the Fitchburg ordinance, which requires no odor. But I appreciate that concern. Those are concerns of the team as well, to make sure that we are compliant with all of the regulations, to make sure that this doesn't hinder anyone.
Right, because the special permit was pretty much a zero setback typically then versus like 300 feet from residences, because the buildings are essentially connected. So just saying, aside from it being the NFPA regulation is like, well, what is that in proximity to a living unit as well? For this understanding about what it is of itself, typically an industrial type setting, but in this case, it's kind of a mixed use, so to speak.
I understand.
Also with they also even say with the decibels as well, as whether or not they can be heard just across, because it's in the same courtyard, about what that volume is going to be.
Well, that, again, is about the sound of a dishwasher, but of flowing air. So might be hard to hear even in the courtyard, certainly on the street walking by. But I'd look to answer all these questions to your satisfaction, however I may be able to do that.
Well, yeah, the one thing I am interested in is, and I know part of it was, I didn't hear about this till somewhat recently, so we weren't able to ask in time, but I'm particularly interested in what Fitchburg Fire has to say. If, I don't know that they will, but if FPD has any comments, but Steve Curry and the Board of Health, I know I mentioned to you in an email yesterday,
Left a voicemail for Steve.
yeah, if they've received any more complaints about, and I know this isn't tied directly towards this application, but while we have you in, I routinely hear comments about people that live in the area or drive by that smell it. Now, I always try to, and I have yet to smell anything, but I've heard it repeatedly, many times about how people can smell it when they go by, including the Ward 2 counselor who's told me many times that oh yeah, we could say.
More often than not, because I
Yes,
come down the
I
hill
agree.
most mornings and go back up that way.
Yeah, I mean, that's a problem
As
in and
of
of
this
itself. I
afternoon,
mean,
you could.
that's a special permit condition that as far as I mean, and again, I haven't noticed it myself, but maybe it's just times of day, luck. But if there is an odor, then obviously that's a violation of the special permit, so make sure that they address that.
Okay.
I did find it interesting, obviously, we have a lot of cultivation facilities, as you know. I think every single one of them, maybe save one, said, oh, no, we're not doing that, that's too dangerous.
No, I think every single one.
Yeah.
They do this?
No.
No,
Oh, right. No, I remember,
Type of
but at one point, one of them, I think it was Newport Street, had it on the original plan, then they took it off, or one of them did. They had it on a plan, then they took it off, and everyone's told us, no, it's too dangerous, we're not doing that. It's just so funny how industry-wide, I mean, we have 12 cultivation facilities?
Approved, not all up. and
9
running,
running,
like
something like that?
8 or 9. something like
8 or
that.
9? I mean, that's a lot of product, and no one wants to do this because it's too dangerous.
So we really-
That doesn't,
I was not aware of that.
So
but-
we really want to emphasize the feedback we're looking for from some of our departments regarding this type of extraction lab addition to this use. Again, it's right, typically even emergency generators are located more towards the back or the side of a building, and this is like right next to the entranceway with a handicap parking space, and it's just, on the face of it.
now, why can't you
Unless
do it
we-
inside the building?
That was evaluated outside of my expertise and.
Because if it's a danger factor, then I don't want it in the courtyard. If they don't want to do it in the building because it's too dangerous, then it shouldn't be done in the courtyard.
I think it's more the complexity of doing the setup inside the existing building. This is the best I understand it.
Okay. All right. Yeah, if you can get an answer to that question too, that'd be great. Why they need to do it outside? Because again, if it's a factor of danger and risk, then just don't do it at all.
Yeah, I was going to, so it's definitely going to need some more feedback before any decisions made on this
Okay.
modification.
The
not sure if
other factor to this, and Paul and I had talked about this briefly, I think yesterday, it's also a very fine line between the definition of a minor modification and a special permit modification. I don't know that we can make the determination that this is a minor modification, which we never have. We haven't yet. I think it's a pretty substantial modification of the special permit. You're changing parking, you're changing the building structure by this and connecting this to the building. We also have public safety concerns. I don't know that it's minor, so it might be better off if we have a regular hearing for the sake of argument.
Does the board want to make that determination now?
I mean, that's what I thought.
That was my feeling on the matter as well.
That's how you get the resident.
That's why you get,
feedback.
yes, it becomes a public hearing, so everybody gets noticed about it by what's going to potentially occur and get feedback, and then also formally puts it in front of every the departments as well.
It brings the department heads officially into the conversation, which we certainly want to do.
Could I suggest maybe a motion to that?
Yeah.
And we'll have a-
All right.
Yeah,
Is there any other feedback at this time that he could take away with any other?
One
concerns
question
or
for Kyle,
comments?
since you're here. Are those the only 2 handicap spaces on the site? And how many for
No.
that use?
Pardon me?
Those-
That's not the only handicap spaces on the site.
But it's the 2 that are closest to the door
That's
that the
correct.
employees go in. So,
it looks like
I
there's
guess-
2 more in the top right of the courtyard to where against the Amwell building.
Right. There are various handicap spaces sort of spread around. I mean, obviously, the Anwell on their side is loaded with handicap, but for this facility, they're centered in that area.
And it might be there. I might just not have saw it, but, and also a mock-up of the exterior elevation of what it's going to look like.
And I have some images. It wasn't a full mock-up, but it just
I mean,
trying
if you could have an elevation looking at the building, how high it's going to be, how close the parking spaces are, that would be helpful to see, kind of get a feel for exactly what it's going to look like.
If you flip to the next couple of pages, Paul, I think after
Yes.
this, you at least get a.
Is this,
Right, and I understand what you're asking for. It's not exactly what I provided. There is an.
Yeah, I saw the corrugated, I saw
It doesn't give
the,
you the proper context on the site, which I understand that.
yeah, I just want to see what it's going to look like in the courtyard and, certainly, I mean, obviously, if fire says that it's not an issue and FPD and Board of Health have no other issues, then we can just have a, broader conversation about the location itself and, talk about public safety, but go from there.
yeah, are there employees expected to work in this laboratory, or is it for the gases only to be piped in and work to be conducted in the building?
There are specific employees that will utilize
So
this.
how many employees would be occupying this space at that?
I don't know that answer,
Okay.
if it's one or two at a time.
And it looks like, and this is probably another thing that we'd see on the elevation, but it looks like you said there's going to be access to get product in, but they're not going to go from the inside the building to this. You're going to go outside the building to get into this?
That's correct.
Yeah, so that's another concern, being, again, outside the footprint of the building for,
But the product's going to be inside, right? Is that what you're saying, that there's a connection just to get the product in the building and out of the building? Is this going to physically connect to the building?
It's not going to be
Oh,
physically
okay. I
connected to the
misunderstood.
building.
So that's
No, it would
another-
be somehow moved in a secure container into the lab and then processed and then moved out.
Okay.
so
But the-
number of concerns to address. Also, some type of mitigation plan for the nuisance of what they're going to do to the odors as well.
Well,
Something a little more formal.
Of the existing building, we're not talking about
Existing
this.
facilities.
Yeah.
Additional documentation about the odors and use of this outside extraction lab.
So Mike, procedurally, how do we do this? Do we deny the minor modification and vote to make it a major modification to the special permit, or?
You could
Well,
withdraw
actually,
it.
you don't have to deny it, just a motion that this
I just wanna make sure nothing was
requires,
constructively
rather than a
approved.
minor modification, that you feel this requires a major, which requires a notice and hearing.
Okay, I'll put that in the form of a motion, Paula.
Okay.
Second.
Motion has been made with the second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Alin?
Aye.
Alex?
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? Okay.
Yeah, and by hopefully next month we get, I mean, you might want to just check in with all the department heads to move things along. Because
Absolutely.
sometimes they get pushed back. So
Well,
the
it's a
more
busy
you
time.
prod, the,
But I do want to emphasize that it's a special permit for the for the marijuana activity at the establishment within this footprint on this site, the building. So, and this is, we're considering pretty major to have an activity outside of the building of that nature and hazard. Next to the, again, proximity to the residents. It's one thing if it was way off in an industrial park, but again, it's located to a front entrance versus next to a rear, things away from public.
May I inquire further about that comment, as I believe that's a very important
Yes.
comment that is trying to understand. I'm trying to get an understanding of the outlook on that, about that. Is it being in view of the residences, or is it some other appearance, or is it the 300-foot, or is this a CCC-related item? I'm looking for your guidance.
Well,
isn't the
Regardless-
public safety thing that we're talking, is that what you're talking about?
well, I was, in regards, the special permit, they requested a waiver, pretty much, it's like a zero setback from
building
residential. Our
5.
zoning ordinance is 300 feet. Okay.
Right,
so it
for
was zero.
building-
So it was ensured that there's going to be no nuisances, it's going to look nice, how it's going to operate, that there's no particular hazards that would be introduced, it would be compatible with the residential use that's very proximate to it. So just keeping that in mind as well, that this location is a little different than some other locations where it just might be the building by itself, this says a residence is attached to it. Okay, so very emphasizing on the noise and the odor, and again, in how things look.
And on that note.
Also explosive, the hazard
Right.
aspect of it, because it's still it's being requested, but thus far has not been approved, so to speak, or within the city, as you just, from the present marijuana establishments?
Or
So we
other
have no one's
establishments.
activity, okay.
I would just say on that note, even though, because historically, I don't think we really ever had anyone from Amwell, maybe a couple people from Amwell that were in any of the public hearings, even if we're not, you should reach out to whoever's in charge over there to ask for, input or anything you can do to mitigate their concerns. If they have any, that will go a long way in, whatever ends up happening as well.
I thank you for your time and for your feedback. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
So Kyle, so you know, that's 5 weeks from tonight, June the 28th, the fourth Tuesday.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike,
Do we
what did
have-
you say the name was for
Temple?
Temple?
The first name is Todor?
Yeah, he's on now.
Okay.
Hold on a second, Revolutionary, Temple Street. Oops, no, that's not the one, it's this one.
Whenever you want me to unmute him, I will.
The location is, all right, I think we're all set.
Right, so the highlighted parcel is the multifamily at number 16, and the parking proposed for it is just to the north on that triangular parcel?
So this is a minor site plan review, a request for parking plan for the reestablishment of a four-family at 16 Temple Street in a parcel on 0 Temple Street. This is for a parking plan. This is not for the reestablishment of the four-family, which would be done via the ZBA. This is just, we're looking at whether or not, what lots, how they can accommodate parking and how many spaces.
The applicant's unmuted whenever you're ready.
All right.
Mr. Lalamov, I apologize if I said your name wrong, but you're unmuted, so whenever you'd like to give us a summary of your project, you're welcome to.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
Near you.
Oh, yeah. So it's pretty much, yes, as was just stated, we had purchased the building at 16 Temple Street, and we have this lot next to it under contract to purchase as well. And we're just waiting on approval from you guys to build a parking lot for the building there. And then I'm aware of the process. We have already, I have already appeared in front of the zoning board of appeals, and I've been in touch with Commissioner Barbadoro. So we just wanted to see if these plans for the parking lot can be approved, and then we'll move to the next step.
Okay, so some additional information that we'll also will be looking towards is the number of, we have to establish how much parking is being requested. We see on the site plan that I think there was like 7 spaces. But how many units and how many bedrooms? Because that's the zoning ordinance checks on to see what the minimum requirements are for parking. What do
Yeah,
you,
there are 4 units, three 2-bedroom units, and one. I mean, it's a studio. Could be a 1-bedroom /
So
studio.
3 2-bedroom, 1 1-bedroom.
is that what you said? 3 2-bedrooms, 1 1-bedroom?
Yes.
So the 1 1-bedroom requires 1 space.
5.5.
What's that?
I get 5.5.
So that brings
Because
it
you
to
have
6.
3 at 1.5 each,
Okay,
and then 1 at 1 space.
so that brings it to 6.
If you round up, yeah.
Yes. Well, I think we have a provision about rounding for that. Looking for 6 spaces. So what we have here, though, as Mike mentioned, so what you see highlighted in yellow is the building that has no on-site parking. And looking at the triangle to the north, and I'll pull up the parking plan, is what we received. Let's see.
So it's that lot 25. You guys can see the triangular
Yep,
section.
number, that one says
Yep.
25 at the top up here, over here. Let's see if we can do that. I have some photographs as well. So it says, this is would be the existing conditions, so it's undeveloped, very steep contours, at least down towards to Temple Street. And this is the proposed plan. So I'll just bring forward, there's a number of zone, code requirements regarding parking, is that, number one, the driveway entrances can't be within 50 feet of an intersection. So we have this situation here on the corner of Sprague and Temple. Distance would have to be, the first parking space would have to be at least 50 feet from the intersection. Similarly, it'd have to be documented that it's also 50 feet from the intersection to the right there as well. And then we also have the parking to the north would also have to be 50 feet up the street from Sprague Street for the 2 spaces. Another aspect is that presently 5 spaces backing out onto Temple Street is, does not meet backing, first of all, backing out onto the street is to be limited and not really allowed for multifamilies to back out onto a street. Can be for single family, 2-family, I think even up to 3-family, but not for multifamilies. And additionally, it exceeds, there's a maximum driveway width of 36 feet, which that seems to also exceed. So we just have, there's a number of provisions here that have to be looked at. So I just want to bring up some of the code requirements. I do see that there's a retaining wall being proposed in the middle of the site. Again, those are steep grades, and I can bring up some photographs as well.
To the applicant, do you understand what Paula was just saying, our chair?
Is this question to me?
Yeah, that's a question for you.
Yeah, I do understand. Yeah, I do understand now. It's just I wish this was brought up when I submitted these plans 3 months ago. We could have probably found a solution by now.
Who did you submit the plans to 3 months ago?
I'm sorry?
Who did you submit the plans to 3 months ago?
To Mr. O'Hara.
Okay,
We had them, this got dropped from a previous.
okay, all right.
Also, and I have it on email, Commissioner Barbadoro initially said that we need two parking spaces per unit, no matter the size of the apartment. And that's why we did 7. I mean, Mr. O'Hara was very kind to show me the requirements, and it turned out that we can, we could have done 6 units, 6 spaces that would have made it much easier. But I was not aware of the requirements that were just stated right now.
So it looks like you may have to readjust the parking spaces and potentially reduce some.
I mean, if you got to keep it 50 feet from the intersection, which is a code requirement, that's a city of Fitchburg code requirement.
Yeah.
Oh, no, yeah, I understand that.
So realistically, I mean, I would have assumed the engineer would have known. But that being said, if it's 50 feet, the whole entire frontage of that is 70, according to the GIS, it's 75. I don't know what, I can't read the dimensions on the plan, but I mean, that would push both sides to, I mean, you might be able to get 2 or 3 on the far sides of each side. But that would solve my principal issue, which would be sightline issues coming down Sprague, as well as I spent a lot of time growing up at the top of Sprague. I had a friend that lived on the corner of Phillips and Sprague, and whenever it was wintertime, you never would go down there because it's really steep. It's a very dangerous street in the winter. So my concern looking at it initially was cars backing onto Sprague or backing onto Temple can cause some potential accidents. We don't generally, unless it's a perfectly flat, easily visible lot, you generally don't want cars backing onto a street. But certainly not close to the intersection. So the 2 or 3 spaces on the bottom left of that site plan that shows right there are particularly problematic.
Yeah, so the lots up on Sprague have to be like at least 50 feet up. And they would accommodate the 9 by 18 plus a 3-foot setback from the property line in for depth. These 5 spaces down here probably have to be modified in order to probably have to lose a couple of spaces.
I
In order
mean-
to meet the 50 foot on one side, not sure about how distance it meets from the other side, and then there's the driveway width. Which probably brings it down to like 3.
I mean, the good news is, I'm reading the listing sheet from when he bought it. The listing agent was very forthcoming and said, the town states it will need to be converted to a single family, or you can apply to convert to a duplex. They can turn that down, which I found interesting. But at least, at least this property owner was aware when he purchased it that you might not be able to use this building as a 4-family.
Well, we were aware of this, but then that lot became available to purchase as well. So, we thought that we can use it as to build a parking lot for the building.
Yeah, it's just a shame. It's such a tough site. Paula, do you want to pull up the photos so the people that aren't familiar with it can
This
see
is-
it?
Also, it would be, down to 4 spaces if it was 4 studios, potentially.
Right, if you did 4
Focus.
one-bedroom or something,
Bedrooms.
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
let me bring that.
I always hate that conversation because then
No.
you turn one into an office and then a year later it becomes 3 two-bedrooms again. So I hate, I would,
Yes.
but we're not dealing with the number of units. I'm just glad that he wasn't misled by an agent or by the city when he bought it. At least he was aware when he purchased, or should have been. His agent was aware that it might not be able to, most likely, the wording from the agent when he bought it was most likely wouldn't be used as a 4-family.
So here's a view of the house, the existing house, corner. I wish I could just tab to the next photo, but
If you go to the far right of the screen, when you have that up, you should be able to.
there's no,
Wait for it to come up, and then go to the middle of the screen on the far right, and an arrow should come up. Down a little bit further to your right, a little bit further, to the right, to the...
yeah, there's no right.
Yeah, right there.
Oh,
There you go.
look at this
So
technology.
just
Thank
hover
you.
over it, and then the arrow will come up.
There we go. So here's a picture from the corner. So I think that looked like they were proposing like at least two spots on this section here. This is the view from Temple Street, looking up. So this is what it looks like proposed that would be excavated and then put the retaining wall in to hold that back. That's the corner of Sprague and Temple.
The most telling photo is looking
Yeah,
down
this
Sprague
is-
Street towards Temple, because it doesn't look as steep as it actually is on that photo.
It's just across the street from the house, just a street view
Right.
of other vehicles. That's on Sprague Street coming down towards Temple, which I'm not sure exactly, where the, potentially that's maybe where the property line might be, I'm not sure. That's looking up Sprague, the property. And I think that's it.
So did you get, so from Sanborn Street,
I didn't get it from the...
It's a whole nother
It's a whole, just
animal.
nothing but wood, yeah, just,
So, hold on one second.
so when people are coming down Sanborn Street and they want to turn right onto Temple, and people are backing out onto Temple at the same time,
so
there's
that's...
a-
back to-
that sets off red flags in my mind. That's a tough intersection when you're on the stop sign at Temple Street to turn left onto Sanborn.
That's not the one.
It's really tough to see cars coming
gonna take the
up
screen.
Yeah.
Sanborn Street, and to have cars backing out while people are trying to maneuver that intersection, plus people coming down Sanborn Street, taking a right onto Temple, and they don't go slow.
So you're talking to the north right there where it says like 590.
So this is what I was talking about. This is Sprague. I'll get to Sanborn in a second, but this is Sprague looking down. So the site's on your left, the building, the abandoned building's on the right. It's a very, very steep hill going back up and down. So it's, the parking would be, let's say, somewhere in, this area, up towards the flat. And then when you get down to Temple, this is what Paula had. This is, according to his engineer, it's about 15 feet from the base of this to the top of that hill. So it's a very sizable hill, and this is the corner Sanborn. Here, I'll get a better view this way. So it's kind of a blind corner when you come Sanborn turning on to Temple. That's what you're talking about, Amanda?
Yeah.
Especially, it's funny because I was there this morning at about, I don't know, 8:30, and I was coming down Temple, turning left onto Sanborn to go towards West Fitchburg, and I came around this corner, and all this growth here has grown up, and the car coming down coming down Sanborn couldn't even see me as I was pulling out. So you take that corner, and someone's backing out, and it's just instant accident.
And then it looks like the snow storage.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but if that's allowed do the parking lot, it will be cleaned up and it would actually have a better vision on that, who's coming up and down.
So we just want to mention that it should be 50 feet back for the first driveway entrance on Temple Street. Clearing up the vegetation on that corner would be extremely helpful. You can see the street sign, you probably can't even see the street sign today.
I mean, certainly, if and when we get to the point of, of approving something like this, one of the notes, one of the conditions would certainly be to maintain that vegetation because it's pretty thick on that corner.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah, I know, that's a pretty minor thing. I hear you.
I mean, can parking be engineered for the site? It can, but just as long as it's within the code requirements. Then you can see how many parking spaces that fit there, and then you would be off to the ZBA to see what they would be willing to accommodate for the building. Because we're just looking at the site plan for just spaces, we're not determining how many units you can have.
Yes, of course.
So I think there's just some further work to be done.
Okay, so these requirements that you just mentioned, can I have them somewhere in writing, or so I can bring it to the engineers and see if we can?
Are you looking? It's hard to understand you. Are you looking for the actual number in our code of the requirement for that?
Yeah, the requirements just.
Paula, you just wrote that down in the other email. Do you have it? We can tell you right now. It's 120.
157-57.
So.
City code.
In the city code, it's 157-57. That's the code requirement to keep 50 feet from an intersection.
The backing out to the street is in our zoning ordinance underneath the parking provisions, as well as the maximum driveway width.
So backing from the parking lot won't be allowed in this?
Well, I mean, so the bigger issue is, 50 feet from the intersection, so I'm doing the GIS imaging now, and that gets you, a quarter of the way into the lot from the Sanborn Street, and then you do the same thing from, and again, these are just approximates, but you do the same thing from the other side, and that gets you pretty much to the same point. So, I don't know. You'd have to look at it. I don't know. That's why, the architect, the engineer drawing you provided is all fine and good, but it doesn't meet the city code.
The other provision is underneath the design standards 181-514 in the ordinance. That's different from the code.
I mean, again, if it's a situation where you're dealing with a perfectly flat lot and, a flat lot with no sightline issues, no visibility issues, and it didn't cause any potential hazards, that's a different conversation altogether. But the backing out is problematic, but it's less of a problem if you're 50 feet from each intersection. I just don't know, once you do that, I don't know how much of that lot's usable for parking. You'll have to consult your engineer to figure that out.
I mean, we can certainly do less spots and turn the apartments into one-bedroom apartments if it can fit four spaces. Then the vegetation will be cleaned up. Will have any.
Right.
So would that be satisfactory if we do?
I mean, we'll have to see the plan. You'll have to show us what it looks like, and then we'll have to look to see if it makes sense. I mean, you're asking us to make a decision on something we can't see. We can't do that.
Okay. So what will the step? Just to.
They'll have to redraw the plan to the requirements that our city code requires, and then at that point, we'll take a look at it and make sure that there's, you know, the safety issues are mitigated with that. Again, you still have the issue of backing out onto the street, which might be a problem. I'm not gonna say that it's not. It might be a problem, especially the ones on Sprague Street. If you're backing out onto Sprague Street and someone's coming down there in, you know, slippery weather, they're not gonna be able to stop. So, you know, it's really hard to say. I'm also curious how high that retaining wall would be. You know, it looks like it's almost 15 feet to the height of that hill. You know, if you have a 10-foot retaining wall there, I mean, obviously it has to be engineered, and that's all fine and good, but that seems... that seems like a lot, too. But, you know, if it's possible, if your engineer says it's possible, so be it. The other two issues are the bigger issues, backing out onto the street and keeping 50 feet from the two intersections, the intersection of Sprague and Temple and Temple and Sanborn.
It says, backing directly onto a street shall be prohibited except for single, 2, and 3-family residences.
Right?
Paul, it might be tough to see the figures, but on the printed copy on the plan, bottom of wall 95.0 feet, top of wall 111.0.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I do see it now that you say that.
That's 6 feet.
Okay.
That being said, there would have to be some type of barrier on top of the retaining wall.
There's a guardrail
Okay.
shown.
Yeah, the other thing that I would imagine, and is our commissioner on today?
I'm not sure who's on now. I know he's going to be here
Okay.
later.
Oh, yeah, he is. He is. Nick, I'll get to you in 1 second. I was just going to say, I don't know, too, I was looking at, Paula, do you want to put up that engineer drawing again? Sure. The grades before the property line, it goes up a couple feet, and then you have the property line, and it goes up, you know, like I said, 15 or so feet to the high point on the lot. I also kind of somewhat interested in, does it cause any, you know, runoff issues now that you're going to have a big wall and still some slope to those parking spaces?
Well,
So
there'll probably be after some drainage plan submission with that, creating impervious space to, with the runoff.
I just unmuted Nick, or I'm trying to. Yep. You there, Nick? Says you're unmuted. I don't know if your microphone's not working. Still can't hear you, Nick. I don't know if we'll come back to it, but
Can you
In
hear
any
me?
event, that.
yep, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Okay. I just reset my microphone.
Thank
So I just wanted to mention a couple things. Sorry, I'm getting a ton of feedback here.
We can't hear it on our end, so if you can live with it, we don't hear it.
All right, I'll just live with it. So the measurement for the 50 feet from the intersection is measured from the edge of pave, just so you're aware of that. So it's not necessarily the lot lines or the edge of the right of way. So that gives the applicant a little bit more room, I think, to work with. So just keep that in mind when you have your engineer relay out this plan. And then I noticed there's a utility pole on one side of the lot that, just make sure you avoid that. There's a drain basin, catch basin on the corner. I'm not sure if that would be impacted by the proposed work, but I don't think so. And then there's some drainage that's proposed on the plan, and I don't think it's a good engineering practice to infiltrate that runoff at the base of the retaining wall that's being proposed. It just seems like it could potentially cause structural issues with the wall. years down the road. So I'd ask the engineer to maybe revisit that. And it seems like the drainage will probably change if the layout of the retaining wall and the lot itself is going to change anyways. So it might be a non-issue.
Thanks, Nick.
Thank you. So we want the applicant to make sure he's got enough information to bring back to his engineer to relook at the plan.
So,
Do you have any questions for us?
No, I don't.
so thanks to Commissioner Erickson for the comment that, at least it clarifies that the 50 feet measurement from the intersections is from edge of pavement. So like Nick had said, that might buy you, a few more feet on each side. So maybe it doesn't limit you as much. Obviously we can take a look at that and just make sure, I assume you heard him about just make sure the engineer looks at their drainage at the base of that retaining wall to make sure that that's not going to cause an issue with the stability of that retaining wall.
Okay.
And then figure out what you can get for parking, and then, again, you're bound by the site. The problem is you can't do much else on the site, so I don't know what to tell you about the backing out. I mean, if you want to propose the plan again that meets our code, like Paula had said, you can only, according to our code, you can only have spaces that back out for singles, twos, and three-family buildings, right? Was that correct, Paula?
Yes, and then also know that the maximum driveway width is 36 feet.
Right, so the entry width you can have for any driveway, the maximum is 36 feet, so you can't have that sea of pavement either. So you got to make sure that however many spaces you have exiting onto Temple, it's a maximum of 36 feet.
Because the code is, in no case shall be the unrestricted access along the length of a street, and the only time it's allowed is for under those conditions.
So, and if you have any questions, we're more than happy to answer them, but there's quite a bit of stuff that still doesn't meet, our city code that you got to address.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay, wonderful.
All right.
So what will be the step again? Just redo the plan and submit it again to you guys for your approval?
And maybe if your plan still shows spaces backing out onto the street, that you reduce it to at least a three-family so that it meets our code requirements.
Okay.
So,
All right,
that's just a suggestion, just so that you don't hear this again in a month.
Okay.
Okay? All right. Make a motion to continue to our next meeting.
Second.
Motion's been made with a second. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed? And I want to hear Alex and Natalie. Thank you. All those opposed? All right, continued to our June meeting on
28th.
it's the 28th? June 28th, continued. Thank you. All right, the next segment of our meeting this evening is we're into public hearings. First, we have a request to continue for Fitchburg Land Property Owner LLC for industrial warehouse and distribution center at 0 Crawford Street. So the applicant made a request to continue to our June meeting?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so put that
We
out.
understand that, well, if you recall from the last meeting, the board was going to send out the stormwater management for a peer review and the traffic impact study. We haven't received the traffic impact study yet. So, and they recognize that, the GFI International folks. So they requested through an email to just bump it to the next meeting.
Okay.
Do we know how long the peer review is going to take? How long the peer review will take?
Probably 2 weeks anyway.
Okay, so they hopefully will have everything to you soon so that we can get all that out. and-
We had a Concom site walk out there a week ago, and they seemed optimistic they would be able to get a traffic impact study within, by this week, hopefully.
Okay.
And the,
I wish I knew that. I would have joined you. Of course, you guys like to do it on weekends, right? That's,
no, it was
Oh,
a
it was-
Wednesday buggy evening.
okay. All right.
All right. So we do have a request to continue for that project. Someone like to make that?
Make a
formal
motion to continue to our next meeting.
Motion is
Second.
made with the second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? All right, that's unanimous there. We have another item, request to continue. We have special permit from Pristine Choice Realty LLC for 4-unit residential at 147 Daniel Street. Request to continue, presumably to our June meeting.
No one's here for 147 Daniel Street.
No,
Make a motion to continue.
Second.
Seconded.
and a second. A motion's made with a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye?
Aye.
Is that Alex?
Yep, that's me.
Okay. All those opposed? Okay. Continued. Just write that down, 147 Daniels.
Just while Paul is doing that, and before we open the next public hearing, just a quick comment to the people who are in the audience here, as well as people listening virtually. At the appropriate time in each public hearing, we'll be taking public comment. If you wish to speak at any time during the public hearing, please approach the podium, speak loudly, say your name and address for the record. If you're virtual, you can use the raise your hand function. We'll make sure we get to you at the appropriate time, and also please make sure you state your name and address for the record. Please try not to hold any conversations in the audience. If you'd like to go out in the vestibule outside, you're more than welcome to, but it's hard to concentrate on both things at once.
All right, is the applicant here for the petition for the proposed zoning ordinance amendment for the cannabis delivery service?
This would be Attorney Silverman.
Yep,
Phil
he's on, yep.
Do you see the
Oh,
city solicitor?
he's not on anymore.
Oh, David Ulian?
Yep,
They're both with the same law firm.
yep. David, I unmuted you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes,
We can do.
Okay, great. So are we all set?
did you open the hearing, Paula?
The hearing is open
Yep.
for the proposed zoning ordinance amendment for cannabis delivery service.
Yeah, if you'd like to
Please
give
just-
us a summary.
Yep, and please just state your name for the record.
Sure. Members of the board, my name is David Ulian. I'm an attorney with the law firm Vicente Cedarberg, LLP. I'm here on behalf of Basima Al-Musa, who is the owner of 339 River Street. I'm filling in for my colleague Phil Silverman, who unfortunately had to jump to another hearing at the same time. But we are here to propose an amendment to the zoning ordinance to allow for 2 new marijuana establishment license types, the marijuana courier and the marijuana delivery operator in the commercial zoning district. A marijuana courier, for those who don't know, is essentially a DoorDash type model that will pick up orders from retailers and deliver them to customers at their homes on the same day. And a marijuana delivery operator is a marijuana business that will purchase wholesale product from other licensed marijuana establishments, warehouse them in their own storage space, take orders from customers directly, and then deliver them to customers' residences. So home delivery for marijuana, for adult use marijuana, is already happening in Fitchburg. So this is essentially to allow for marijuana delivery businesses to have their headquarters sited in the city of Fitchburg. Just wanted to mention that these are not retail businesses. The commission, Cannabis Control Commission, amended its regulations about 2 years ago to explicitly differentiate these types of delivery businesses from retailers. So these are separate business types and that are not currently provided for in the Fitchburg zoning ordinance. And many municipalities around the state are in the process or have already amended their zoning ordinance to allow for these types of businesses, which I'll also just mention are explicitly reserved for social equity and economic empowerment applicants for the first 3 years of operations. So again, we're simply looking to amend the zoning ordinance to allow for a marijuana courier and a marijuana delivery operator in the zoning ordinance in the commercial zoning district, which is where 339 River Street is located, but certainly would be open to allowing these types of businesses in other zoning districts, including the ones where other marijuana establishments are already allowed, including the industrial zoning districts and the neighborhood business zoning districts. As I mentioned before, delivery is already happening all around the state. It's explicitly allowed in every municipality where retail is allowed, which includes Fitchburg. So this would enable delivery companies to be based in the city of Fitchburg and allow the city to receive the benefits from having such a marijuana company. So, for example, every time a delivery operator processes a transaction and delivers it to their home, the city would be entitled to revenue from those operations as well as the community impact fees. So it would be a financial benefit to the city of Fitchburg to have these businesses, and we're hoping to amend the zoning ordinance to make these explicit uses that are allowed.
Can I interrupt you for a moment? Did you receive any feedback from the city's legal department regarding that it is not presently allowed? Because it looks like our ordinance does presently allow this type of use. So the use is presently allowed. There is a provision underneath the marijuana section. How it's worded was underneath our zoning ordinance amendments at the time was that would accommodate any other license type that the CCC would designate. So it actually covers any other different type, even though it's not specifically defined. So that was done on purpose so that we wouldn't have to keep redefining and adding new uses as the CCC evolved with.
And I don't know if you know this, David, but we've actually already approved one.
I thought so.
Well, I think that was transporter though, right?
Oh, transport is different than delivery?
Yeah, so transporter is different.
It sounds the same. I don't know. They're going from dispensary to,
They're going to dispensary
right,
to
from
dispensary.
cultivation to dispensary
Yeah.
versus to the public.
So that's
I get you.
look under 181-643-2. It says marijuana establishment, an ME, a marijuana cultivator, independent testing lab, marijuana product manufacturer, marijuana retailer, marijuana transporter, or any other type of licensed non-medical and/or medical marijuana-related business is defined as an ME,
Which would be allowed just in the industrial zone.
which is presently allowed in our industrial and our I and AI.
Which was also done intentionally, David. I think to the core of your zoning change to allow it everywhere, I somewhat disagree with. We spent, I don't know if you know, many, many years between our recent zoning change and prior to that with the actual adoption of the ME language to keep it, not to keep it, it's allowed in a lot of areas in our city, just not expressly in certain areas. So, I think I was under the impression the same as Paula, that if you wanted to do it today in the industrial zone, you could, just maybe not in this particular location that you're talking about.
Right, I understand, like, the petitioner who be affected, someone can petition to change the zoning ordinance, and in this case, the petitioner is in a commercial district, thus requesting it, the expansion of the use to be allowed in the commercial district. That can be debated.
Yeah,
So, but that, we have to look at the zone, we can take a look at the zoning map for that.
yeah, we certainly would be supportive of an amendment to allow for these types of businesses in the commercial zoning district. And I would also just mention that these types of uses are fairly low impact. I would say even less impact than a retailer, which is allowed in the commercial zoning district. So the marijuana courier is essentially just an administrative office and a parking spot for a delivery vehicle. There's no actual marijuana.
Well, I
product
think
on site.
my argument to that would be, it's not a commercial use.
Right, that's kind of like, the aspect is that commercial is really want to see the activity for the use there on a real retail aspect of in and out, and it's not something that needs to be, I'll say, either readily visible, or even, pretty much, we have some plazas designated as commercial areas, and some districts in some corridors, whether or not there's adequate, like, garage type of areas for the number of vehicles that would be in use, where those vehicles would be stored.
I would just mention that my reading of the zoning ordinance was that the commercial was supposed to be attracted to a wide range of uses, including retail businesses and services, and this is sort of a service for a retail store. So my argument would be that would be appropriate to include these in commercial zoning district.
You specifically, at the beginning of the hearing, said it wasn't retail.
It's not designated as a retail establishment under the commission's regulations, and there will not be any customers on site. But it is a sort of retail type service. This is a delivery operator does engage in retail transactions where they receive orders and process transactions. It's just that the delivery is done at the customer's home. So it's a retail-like operation, but no customers are actually coming and going on site. So there's sort of very minimal impact.
Yours?
Yeah, I want to bring up the zoning map.
Yeah, you can do it. Just hit share screen.
did.
I already stopped sharing,
Oh,
so.
so, sorry, it wasn't.
So it's like a DoorDash, but for weed.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ah,
So if you bring up Zoom.
hit share screen.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Bring that PDF up. I just want for everybody's. So the other aspect of the petition, the first part of the petition was requesting that the use be allowed, and hopefully we think we established, unless there's a legal determination otherwise, that the use is presently allowed. It's allowed right now in all of the green AI and purple I.
Oh, your screen's still not sharing.
Oh, jeez.
I was looking at the map on the screen and I noticed
Like,
no one
this
else
is
was.
up there.
Hold on.
I have to bring a mouse
Get
pad
it off,
next
get it
time.
off the paper because it's probably the white.
It's even worse. There we go. Pick the screen. Pick the screen.
No, hit the screen and then hit share.
Oh, it's share.
Oh, there we go.
Ah,
Perfect.
all right. So the second aspect of the petition was requesting an expansion of that this particular use be allowed in the commercial districts. The commercial districts are areas that you see in red. So those are the specific areas designated for commercial uses. You can see, let's see, we do have this part of River Street to the north. In the middle is Park Hill Plaza. Over to the right is John Fitch Highway. To the, southeast, you have Twin City over there.
Just as a point of
Areas.
clarification, while I'm thinking about it, some of the people that are in the audience here, as well as some of the board members that maybe don't understand what we're doing right now too, this is a referral from the council, I assume, to give our recommendation on what the planning board considers a good practice for this. We don't make the determination, the council does, so.
Right, well,
just
this
so
is a
everyone knows
hearing,
that.
so we hear
Oh,
the
yeah.
hearing
Yep.
first. The council also, this will also go before the city council for a hearing to make determination. We're having a public hearing, we're going to have some public input as well regarding this, and the board will deliberate and make a recommendation, and it'll go to another hearing. So actually, on that end, is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this matter, either for or against, or any general comments or considerations?
Let me check to see.
And we
if
can
there's
check
any
online
hands
as well.
raised.
Paul, you don't see the city solicitor's name listed, do you?
If you bear with me for 1 second, I'm just getting up the participant list. No. Oh, unless no, he wouldn't be under panelist. No, I do not.
Members of so Lynn, do you have any feedback? Your thoughts on?
Sorry, I had to unmute myself. I
That's
was
okay.
talking. No, I know we had talked about a potential change to the zoning to allow, and I'm not tremendously sure about that, just considering that our zoning ordinances are so new that if we begin to make exceptions to it after all the input, I think it would undermine the overall goal of updating the zoning ordinance. And there are other areas in the city where this business could take place without requiring an exception.
Okay, thank you. Alex, do you have any thoughts you'd like to share?
Yeah, I'm kind of on the same page with Lynn. I think it's a great idea. I just think that the location, we wanted, like, we just had these zoning ordinances done. So from my perspective, I think it's a great idea. I think the location just needs to be changed.
Mike, do we know, and I'm only thinking about this because I'm thinking the logical progression of this would be maybe for some of the cultivation facilities to offer delivery for themselves, what zoning districts they're in, if that would be prohibited because of the locations. So across the street from this is, let me pull it up, the Healing Center, River Street.
Which is a commercial district.
Yeah.
So, right, okay, so that's what I'm trying to get at. So I know, the proposed one on Water Street certainly is commercial. What about local routes? Commercial on the Lunenburg
Or
line?
commercial and automotive at the time.
CNA?
At the time it started, the special permit was granted, yeah. Now I believe it's
Commercial
just
now?
commercial.
Yeah, it's commercial now. So, because I do see that as a possible logical progression of delivery service, aren't,
Well, they are
When it-
occurring now.
right, but how can they
Underneath-
offer delivery? Oh, because.
I think it's medical.
I see, they couldn't as a primary use, they could as part of their permit for, like, could the
Healing Center?
Healing Center, could they right now, if they wanted to, could they deliver product?
I think if they had that delivery license, I don't know.
So that's my
Attorney-
question, like.
Attorney Ulian might be able to better to weigh in on that. I think the gist here was that the proposal was not in a commercial district, right? Or,
Right, no, that's what I'm saying. The proposal wasn't a commercial district, and it doesn't allow that. That's what I'm saying. If all of the existing cultivation facilities are in commercial districts, and not all of them are,
Not cultivation, retail.
Yeah.
retail, I'm sorry, not retail, because obviously West Fitchburg isn't, and Airport Road isn't. So we do have some in industrial districts, some in commercial districts, but I'm trying to think, if the logical progression is to eventually have cultivation facilities at or next to or near, delivery people at or near cultivation facilities, if it makes sense to have it in commercial districts. I don't
If
feel.
there is, should there be a limit? It's
Well-
Because there's a limit on the number of retail already, so it's like how many,
Well, I mean,
or is it just up to the,
So then, the next question is, having this use, having this next to, in this particular case, an auto body shop. I know you say it's, low impact, but there's got to be a significant separation between the two, or, I don't know, maybe he's not going to use it as an auto body anymore, and we don't need to get too far into this particular property, but that's the example, obviously, I'm looking at, 339 River Street, because it's what's on the zoning, and there's a lot of properties, a property like that included, that I don't think it makes sense for, citing a delivery operation. But I don't necessarily disagree with allowing it in some type of, or some areas of commercial districts. I just don't, I haven't wrapped my mind around it yet. I like the idea better the way it was and the way it is, that they can be in the industrial zone in AI, because I can see that as a better use, alongside a lot of those manufacturing buildings and, a place like,
we do have one
like
that's shared.
Ethos
We
and-
have one on River Street that's actually a manufacturer that's sharing space with a transporter. They're actually leasing space, a separate
right.
marijuana.
Right, and that's industrial, right.
Yep.
And that's kind of that's what I thought it made more sense as, something like that. I think of like the Can-Am building, Dan Nygrosh's building, like a building like that where you have industrial zone, you have industrial uses. It seems to make more sense in buildings like that than in an office building. Or in this case, in, a gas station. It just, that's my thought. I don't necessarily see a need for increasing it or changing it.
Okay. Does anybody else have any thoughts? Tracy, you have thoughts? You don't want to share them, but it's okay.
Well, I guess you keep saying that there's already delivery. being done. So I
No,
guess-
there's a transporter, so they can get, I thought that
I think
originally too.
this is where I'm getting.
Yeah, so transporter can, I think, bring product from a cultivation facility to a dispensary.
All right,
But this is from somewhere to a person that wants to
To
buy
a
it.
retail.
Yeah, this is, bring it to
And
someone's
that's
door
not
to sell
currently-
it.
Okay, okay.
It's still allowed. That's what Paula was saying. Paula was saying it's allowed, it just might not necessarily be allowed in this zoning
In
district.
this
Well,
district,
I'm not
okay.
I
also
think
clear.
I think Attorney Olean's point earlier was it is happening now in Fitchburg. It's not necessarily from retailers in Fitchburg, you know. could be
Oh, so they're
out of
coming from
town.
outside?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah, I can certainly see how that's happening, yeah. But like, you know, obviously, I think that,
I'll say all of the permits thus far have a restriction in them for the retailers that pretty much say no delivery, or manufacturers that say no delivery unless otherwise authorized, you know, for further permitting.
But yet the
It's just not
delivery,
automatic.
delivery part in the definition of marijuana retailer is included.
Right.
Trouble is, at this particular location, he can't apply for a retail license because you're at the cap,
Correct.
right?
Okay, right.
right. Right,
That would have been a workaround.
I mean, I'm working, I've been working through it in my head, and I've been, you know, David, I certainly understand why it's in front of us, and I certainly can see the argument. I'm trying to think of places that I think, you know, like in a commercial zone, a place that I think it would fit well, and I'm having trouble finding that in, you know, in my head. I'm going through commercial buildings and I'm saying, okay, does it make sense to have someone whose sole purpose is to have a car parked here, that to run a business out of here for the purposes of transporting, not transporting, wrong choice of words, delivering marijuana from one place to an end user. I think that's better suited in the areas, the AI district, the whatever we allow now, the industrial AI, in those areas. I think it more fits that type of use than a commercial use does. You know, save a dispensary location, which again, I think that's the argument that I keep going back and forth in my head, that if a dispensary were to separately have, you know, delivery service from there, then that makes sense in that particular location, but I don't think that that's necessarily germane to this zoning change anyway.
There are some communities that restrict the retail even to industrial areas, but we made at least the leap that it's in a commercial and recognize that it's a retail type of an operation that should be in
I think that's the principal, I think that's the principal point, that a dispensary is a retail operation, and I don't think this is. That's my point.
Okay. Right. If there is, let's see if there's any more public comment, and then we can close the
Let
hearing
me
and
just check for hands raised.
make a recommendation.
I mean, I think, we do have two hands raised. Harold Mateo. Harold, you're unmuted. If you'd like to go ahead, you just have to click the microphone button.
Awesome. Good evening. How you doing? Harold Mateo here.
Good.
Not really chiming in on the particular location and or the use of the location for delivery, but I do want to speak a little bit to the social equity and what this particular license means. By way of background, I've been involved with this business for quite some time. My partners were Revolutionary Clinics, and we were going to open up a store in the Seaport in Boston. So this license that's come out here, this is a license more for the social equity candidates, which I'm one of them. There's a couple of different cohorts that have graduated since then. So there was a first one, a second one, and a third one. But this license, what it does is it allows minority business owners and those that have been impacted by the war on drugs to have an opportunity to enter the business and acquire the product of marijuana from somebody that is a cultivator, somebody that is growing it. For example, one of the many people that, or companies that grow within Fitchburg, to grab it from them, buy it at a wholesale price, and you can either keep the same name that you're buying it from, and or white label it with your own name and then sell it to an end user. That is what that license does. It's a way of overcoming the big overhead of having manufacturing in a grow facility. So I think restricting this to industrial or AI, and on your map it says RB. I'm not sure if that's your neighborhood business, if that's what that stands for. You can help me understand that.
It's the red, commercial.
What's the RB? Is that?
That's residential B.
Residential B, that's
So,
our residential
yeah.
zoning district.
So
So that's like neighborhood business?
No,
No.
that's residential B.
No.
It's moderately dense residential.
So the request is, right now, it is allowed, it's allowed, any number of them are allowed, this type of use is allowed in the city through
Yeah.
special permit. And through everything you see, dark green, AI, and the purple, I. So the entire like West Fitchburg and the corridor, all the way through.
Yes.
And now,
So this is-
other
this is where I
request
was
is to
gonna-
please add, they're requesting to just add the red areas also.
Which might make sense. So this is where I'm going with the whole thing, and sorry for making it so long. So essentially, the delivery business is really not supposed to be a high impact. And remember that the same security that takes place for a retail store needs to be kept for this facility. So the footprint is not going to be quite as big, and the impact should be, our car fills up the night before, they fill up, they have the schedule of deliveries for the next day, and they're going out and they're coming back at night and filling up. That's how that works. It should be a very moderate to low impact. I don't want to speak against this location, but that rotary there is just terrible. So I'm not really sure how they're going to deal with it, but that's just my thoughts on that. I think that this is something that the city should welcome because it allows, one, for additional tax dollars, but also for more entrepreneurs that couldn't get in to one of the 8 established retail stores that Fitchburg had available to at least be able to do the delivery side of the business, because the CCC does not have any caps on that business.
And I just want to make it clear, neither do we. And it's already an
Excellent.
allowed use. So again, it's allowed right now when all you see dark green and in the I, so it's not prohibited.
It's a pretty
So-
substantial
so-
portion of the city,
So we do
Harold.
have, that's the other piece of it. It is, pretty liberal on the
Yeah.
available areas for the activity to occur. So we just have not received a special permit to that degree yet.
Thank you for your comments, Harold.
Thank you.
No problem. Thanks, man.
All right, and we have another hand raised. Sam, can you just, and I apologize, I don't think I mentioned this to Harold, but Sam, if you could state your name and address for the record.
Yes, Sam Gandour, 339 River Street. We are the petitioners in this case. My wife, Basima Al-Musa, owns the location.
Excellent, you had a comment?
Well, yes, I just wanted to tell you guys that the social equity portion of this is where we got the license. Right now, we're provisional license holders or the early stages of the license. We're trying to basically use the location we already own, because as social equity licensees, we have very limited funds. We don't have the means to go to an industrial area, lease a space, and do all the modifications on a location that we don't own. It's going to be very difficult, very substantial, and almost likely non-doable for us. We don't have investors. We don't have a lot of money to do this. Since we own the location, it'll be very feasible for us to use it or turn it over completely to a facility. We got one van that's going to be doing this initially, one car, and we are proposing to start basically subdividing the building, using part of it for the delivery, almost like 400 square feet or less, and that's what we can afford to do. We can't afford other locations. We can't afford to lease an industrial space. And the build-out cost is going to be, you know, high. Cameras and security and walls and partitions and leases. Again, that beats the purpose of the social equity part. Second, we live locally, we live in town, we're townies, we've been here for 30 years, we've owned that location since '02. We paid off on it, we have no mortgage. And, you know, that's all we have. We don't have anything else. There's no possibility. Second, we're given a 3-year exclusivity. That's part of the licensing process. So once the 3 years are up, all the big boys are going to start delivering. So you're going to have to contend with that question down the line for other people in commercial areas that are going to be doing delivery. You're going to have to answer the same question. So either you're going to tell them all go to the industrial areas and open up over there, but at this point, they're going to be allowed by the state to deliver out of their locations. So we're not allowed to do delivery in a commercial zone, while across the street from us, he's going to be doing deliveries. So how does that work?
Could you explain that, the provision you just mentioned about 3 years?
We have 3 years. Once you're given a license, you get 3-year exclusivity. Nobody else can compete with you.
Yeah, I can elaborate on that if I may. The commission set up a system where delivery licenses, whether it's the marijuana courier or the marijuana delivery operator, are exclusively reserved for a 36-month period for applicants who are social equity certified or economic empowerment certified. The first delivery operator has commenced operations, so that exclusivity period has started and will go until the beginning of April 2025, unless the commission decides to extend that exclusivity period, which they have the right to. So Mr. Gandor is right that there's a very limited window where the only applicants who can operate delivery businesses are social equity.
Second, what I would like to add is that this income to the city, hiring locals, people with criminal record impacted by the war on drugs, we're going to be basically, you know, mom and pop and all local people that we know. Some are going through out of rehab, some are in halfway houses, you know. This is going to be also part of our social impact to the CCC. You know, that's going to be part of our mission, which is to hire locals, support the local community, and provide jobs, and hopefully we'll grow. And that's the point of the social equity license, the spirit and the body of the license, is to impact the community in a positive way, empower low-income people, you know, and allow them to go, allow these people to produce. We cannot afford a warehouse. We can't.
So I think it's
We
important
own this location.
to note that piece about the 3-year window, and if that's really just an exclusive 3-year window, and then does that mean all the presently retail permitted facilities can also just perform delivery?
Thank
In
you
which
for your-
case you're saying that...
Thank you for your comments, Sam.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I hope that, you know, that we can get a positive outcome on this. I understand. I heard a comment earlier on the location. We're willing to turn this whole location.
Well, let's not talk about your location's not important right now because this is an application for your location. I only mentioned it because it was on the zoning, but we're not approving or denying or anything with your application. So we don't need to talk about that location.
So,
All right, sorry about that. Thank you.
No worries. I just didn't want to muddy what we're talking about here.
no, you gave a good perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
So one of the aspect is that regardless, every applicant would have to be approved through a special permit, so it's just not guaranteed in any fashion.
We do have one more hand raised. Attorney Silverman has his hand raised.
Ah,
Go ahead, Phil.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, awesome, thank you. I apologize, I had meant to be, I had a prior commitment, I had to jump off. I heard something, and I just want to see if I understood. I thought I heard the chair say that delivery is currently allowed.
yes. 181-643, number 2. This was purposeful when the zoning ordinance was just revised in went into effect in September, because
Right.
we actually combined medical and non-medical into pretty much one license called everything a medical establishment. So we have one set of regs for both, and also made the provision to allow any other type of licensed non-medical and/or medical marijuana-related business is defined as a ME. So we have our marijuana establishment in our
Right.
ordinance already allows for it. It says, or any other type of licensed non-medical and/or medical marijuana-related business. So unless you've received a determination from our legal department or denial, then
Well,
it looks like it should be allowed.
What we received was a determination from the building inspector that this was considered a retail license, and you're already at your 8 retail license limit.
Well, that's not retail.
I
Retail
don't
has its own
disagree.
definition.
I don't disagree. I think what we're trying to do is give a little bit more clarity here.
I mean, would it
That,
be
I think, is
helpful
the purpose of this.
Would it be helpful to add it as a definition? I'm
Well,
not
that's what-
opposed to adding it as its own definition, but presently it is an allowed use under, even from the, was it 935, the CMR 935?
Yeah, I get it. I think, you know, what most municipalities we've been dealing with have done is they've created, you know, a separate, or really 2 separate uses, marijuana courier, marijuana delivery operator. And that's what we were hoping to do. And yeah, we do want to expand it to the commercial zone. Again, I think the point's been made by others I heard that this is a low impact. It's hard enough, you know, to meet all the buffer requirements as it is. I think expanding it into the commercial zone, given that it's low impact, wouldn't be too significant a burden.
Point taken, and that was a little bit of enlightenment as well regarding the, we'll say, 36-month window of
And it's in-
exclusivity, and that retail stores already in the commercial zone would then be allowed to do it.
And it's enlightening to know that our building commissioner said that I didn't know of your letter of determination. That's a problem in and of itself. So I suppose maybe you're right. Maybe there does need to be some clarification. Obviously, like I said, the larger issue is, do we want to add the commercial district to it or not? Phil, you might have missed the beginning of this, but when we were talking to David, I think that, you know, it seems relatively clear that this isn't a retail use, that it's, although our commissioner had told you that it's an auxiliary use that's more tied to the industrial district than it is to a commercial district. But that being said, I'm not entirely against it. Like I said, and again, I don't know if you were here earlier, I'm still trying to work out in my head what kind of commercial building it would fit within, and it doesn't make sense in a lot of them as I go around our commercial buildings in my head through the city of Fitchburg. It makes a lot of sense as I go through the industrial buildings, industrial park, the AI district we have, which is where it's allowed. So that's kind of where I was getting more held up. But again, I'm not against it. I'm just trying to figure it out.
Yeah, no, I hear you, you know, and different places have looked at it different ways. Some people think it's a retail. Just FYI, in terms of what this really entails, we have clients that are running these basically out of a professional office space, because the setup is little more than an administrative office building where, you know, you have office workers who take the orders, and a vault where the product is stored. That's it. It's fairly simple. You don't need a big industrial building. You don't need more than maybe 1,000 square feet. You know, we do have clients that are doing it in larger spaces, but you know, it's fairly simple. Again, I would just urge opening it up a little bit. It's, as I'm sure you're aware, it's not easy finding you know, spaces for these social equity applicants to operate these businesses. It's,
Sure.
You know, you're always up against these buffers and everything else. I think the city would benefit by opening it up to the commercial as well as the other areas.
Phil, because you've been involved in a lot of these, is there a limit on number of cars that you could have for one of these facilities?
There's no limit. You know, realistically, I did hear somebody, talking about what's going to happen. They're in the, traffic circle, and obviously we're not talking about a specific, applicant here. But this is fairly low maintenance. You're talking, this business would probably start with one vehicle, maybe two, and they probably come and go at most twice a day. So that's what you're talking, that's what I'm saying about low impact. You want to put as many orders in the vehicle as you can. There is a $10,000 limit under the rules, but you don't want to go and send them out and have them come back 10 times a day. That's not efficient. So this is pretty low impact. And I think at the beginning here, most of these businesses starting out with one or two vehicles.
Is there any, I would say, like advertisement or clearly identification of the vehicles for what their purpose entails, or is it?
No,
Okay.
no markings, nothing to tell you what it is.
Okay.
Who was it that we were just talking about? There's a vehicle driving around that has
There's
like
one on Summer Street.
There's a vehicle driving around that has a
Medic
thing about,
something.
yeah, someone else told me that too. I think you mentioned that someone else did about something about marijuana delivery. It says it on, I don't know. I'll have to do some research on it. And someone else had told me that recently too. They saw a car with a thing that said, we deliver. And I was like, that seems like that would be very much against the rules. but anyway.
No comment.
Yeah, exactly.
Just wanted to, just get a clarification of boat, right, will you expect to see in a, plaza parking lot, like a fleet of cars with XYZ labels on them, or?
Yeah, that's the reason why I asked that, is parking then becomes a conversation. If you have a facility that has 6 or 8 cars, and they're using and it's a mixed use, multiple commercial building, you have parking issues there that have to be, handled. But anyway, that's a bigger question.
Sure.
Thank you, Phil, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Are you, Phil, are you all done with your comments?
I am, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
I feel like it should be okay for a retail area or commercial area to run this kind of business. It's not, in my opinion, it's not a industrial thing. So it's definitely, in my opinion, a commercial business. Like, it's a retail sort of delivery thing. Why restrict it to those certain, I don't understand why you'd restrict it to industrial areas.
Okay.
Yeah, I the more I think about it, the more I am starting to agree with you, Amanda. I originally started thinking we spent so much time on, where to initially allow MEs, which was initially the outskirts and initially those districts, to limit it now. Again, I'd have to, it would be it'd be a special permit, right? If so.
Yeah.
So, it would be more an application to application, conversation about, are the uses conducive? Do they work together? Do they have enough parking? Those sort of things that would matter for the actual determination for a particular individual. I don't feel strongly about it to say, no, it can't be in commercial. I do think it makes more sense in the existing districts that we would allow it, but I don't feel strongly enough to say that I would recommend against it. So I'm not against this not against this the way it's written.
All right. Any other? All right, so we have, thank you.
Hi, Paula, this is Alex.
Yes, Seth?
Yeah, after hearing further more of the detailed information, I'm inclined to agree with Paul. I think this doesn't really feel like an industrial area restriction.
Okay.
And this is Lynn. I'm wondering, did we get anything from the solicitor about any sort of determination, or no?
No, I don't know that one was requested or brought to the attention of our legal department. It appears that
Well, I think,
maybe a notice of intent was filed and they got a determination.
I thought you were just.
Well, the type of
I thought
use
you were
that
just
it
pointing
was,
to
saying
John
that it was
Massey.
that it was denied.
You agreed with your microphone. I was going to say, wow.
but I wonder if Attorney Silverman, I know, because I've been involved in some discussions with the three of us, with both Phil and Vinny. So, Phil, who drafted the language of the petition? Was it yourself, or?
I just,
Ultimately, Mr. Pusateri and I sort of worked on that together. He assisted. We had an initial draft, and he had some suggestions for some revisions to it. So I'll take either the credit or the blame, depending on what I...
All right, with that. Well, I guess I know from my aspect of just, reading the ordinance, I don't see that I see that it's allowed presently. Could it use some clarification with the definition? Sure. That would help define this a little bit better, so it won't be as confusing as what the applicant has just had recently gone through. The second piece is amend the table to update to include a separate category for marijuana delivery operator and delivery courier to allow the same in a commercial district. And I think we've heard from some of the comments from the board here that I think they're either in favor or just there's no opposition to it.
I mean, I think that's the biggest thing is I can certainly see why they want to clarify it, and if it's a
Yeah,
point of
if you've received
clarification,
that determination already, then
that's fine.
it's a little muddy.
Okay. I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Right.
Second.
Motion's been made with the second to close the hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Okay. Deliberation?
I'll make a motion to
What do you think?
recommend as drafted to approve via the city council. I don't have any notes or changes that I feel are necessary.
Seconded?
All right. I was going to say, there was
I would do
any
roll
other
call
thing?
for this one.
Allow the same. One other, before you finish this, is also, if it's not just amend the table of principal uses, it's also going to be amending the parking table. The same, I think.
You're right, yeah.
No, well, the other table as well. So
Oh, the parking,
I think, just make sure it just gets captured if necessary, because that follows.
I see what you're saying.
The table principal uses follows and matches up with the parking table for like, how many parking spaces are required for this previously, so it just gets updated.
So I will amend my motion to,
Oh, no, it might be already.
It's in there?
All marijuana establishments except for marijuana retailers.
what is the parking
Adequate
requirement?
parking to accommodate under normal.
Okay, so that's the
circumstances by
special
planning
permit
board.
criteria,
Yeah,
okay.
so I think it's covered. I just want
Okay.
to make sure that when we're amending
No, no,
something, we
it
don't
makes
forget
sense.
something else.
Yep.
All right, so a motion was made with the
Second.
second.
Hmm.
All those in favor say aye.
I would do roll call. It's a
I-
special permit.
Yes.
I mean, it's public hearing.
And a roll call approval, Alex, if you're in favor, say aye. If opposed, say opposed.
Aye.
Alin,
Aye.
Amanda,
Aye.
Paul,
Aye.
Paula, aye. All right. There we have it.
Okay. Thank you,
Thank
Phil
you,
and
gentlemen,
David
for your
and Sam and Harold.
presentation this evening.
Everyone
Thank you
had
very
comments. Thank you, guys.
In a second. I lost my agenda.
Brian, right? Perfect.
All right.
You can maybe put it on one of the chairs over there, I guess? Oh, then you can put it wherever you want. Right next to you, right there is fine. Because we'll pull it up on the screen too, so people can see that
Yes.
are home.
For whatever submissions we received. So this is a special permit and site plan review for Bellinger to construct 1,600 square foot self-storage units at 172 Lunenburg Street.
You can pull that up, you have it.
I can see stop share, where is it? Your screen is, says my screen is paused.
So if you, I was gonna say, if you hit stop share, it'll start all over again, so you can just click on what you want.
All right. There we go. So I have the application up, the site plan. I mean, I've got the 7 pages here if you'd like something.
Yep, that's fine, keep it on that existing
Okay.
conditions plan.
Let me shrink it here. There we go.
All right, so I'm Brian Marchetti with McCarty Engineering. I am a civil engineer licensed in the state of Massachusetts, and here tonight on behalf of Alan Belanger of West Mini Storage. Al purchased this property a year or so ago, as well as the adjacent parcel, the smaller parcel to the north, in order to design and permit a storage facility on
The
it.
one with the existing garage?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can see the one with the existing garage, the building extends over the property line onto this parcel. So they are two separate parcels, but in common ownership.
Okay.
30 years or so ago, this parcel was occupied by a multifamily structure. It burned down, was demolished, and in the past 30 years, it's just become it was stabilized with loam and seed, kind of became a trash collection ground. It likely was a parking area for people on the property. Now you can see there are large granite blocks along the frontage on Redmond Place that likely were put there to prohibit cars from continuing to use that parcel for parking. So initially, we filed the building determination with the building department last summer to house temporary storage on this parcel. And the last meeting was the first we heard that the zoning had changed. So we're back here tonight with pretty much the same.
Did you say last summer you filed?
Yeah, we filed, I think, in July. Is when
What was the reason for delay to get to today? Was it just permitting, meaning it wasn't the city?
No, it had nothing to do with it.
Oh, okay.
It was all schedule and busy.
Oh, that's fine.
and-
No.
Your
I'm
plans
just trying to make sure that it wasn't
No,
any
it was-
Well,
oversight.
then we did
Nothing
change
on-
the code.
Right.
Yeah, nothing with the town.
Okay,
It was
that's
all-
fine. Yep.
All work schedules and
I got you.
other projects taking priority, so.
Yep.
So we're back here today with the same property, same lot, basically converting what was to be temporary storage units stacked side by side. A little bit bigger footprint with a self-storage building. So it's a 7-bay building as opposed to, 7 12-foot bays as opposed to a, I believe we had 10 or 11 8-foot wide units previously, so. So I will.
What's the size of the lot and then the size of the lot with the garage?
So the size of the garage property is about 2,500 square feet,
Okay.
and the size of the property that fronts on Lunenburg Street and Redmond Place at the corner is about, it's, I think, 4,950 square feet.
Okay.
So combined, they're about 7,500 square feet. So if you turn to the site plan,
Certainly.
please. Next one. So what you see here on the plan is a storage building now. It's 24 feet deep by about 84 feet long. The plan was to install this building or construct it up to about a foot off the property line on the west side. There is a 0 setback requirement in this zone. So because of the shape of the lot, it's a narrow lot. It's just shy of 50 feet. It's about 48 feet wide. In order to accommodate a 24-foot wide building or deep bays, you're only left with about 24 feet to the property line. So that's why we showed it like this with basically a curb cut the entire length of the parcel. This allows basically vehicles to pull up directly in front of the bays. Each one of the bays So, parking-wise, we show 3 parking spaces just because of the square footage of the building. It's a 1 space per 1,000 square feet. An 84 by 24 building like this is just over 2,000 square feet. So it by about 16 square feet, it triggered a 3rd parking space. So likely with a building like this, the cars would just pull directly up in front of their units as opposed to designated parking spaces, but we have striped 3 spaces on the lot here just to accommodate. There's more than adequate space for parking. If you go to the next drawing, which is the grading, drainage, and utility plan. This plan shows you that because it's a storage use, there are no real demands on public utilities. There's no water required, there's no gas required. The only public service connected to the building would be electric, and that's for lighting only. The other facilities that the applicant owns, really, they only use a 15-watt LED motion-activated spotlight, basically on the outside of the building above each bay. And then if there is a requirement for lighting inside the building per code, they're just intended for illuminating the inside of the building. The site has been designed here for stormwater. There are 2 catch basins, or actually water quality units, proposed in the parking lot. That's designed to take the entire parking lot area. So it's been graded so that all that impervious area from the property line back to the front of the building would drain to those water quality units. The 6-bay infiltration chambers, it's a storm tech unit, has been designed here so that it collects and infiltrates 100% of the stormwater runoff generated up to and including the 100-year storm event. And that takes in both the rooftop and the parking area. So there is no need to connect to public infrastructure within Lunenburg Street. The test pits were conducted on site. The soils are sands, so it has a very high infiltration rate. So in order to meet both the current DEP standards and the local Fitchburg Stormwater Management standards, the system's been sized with water quality units to treat in excess of the 90% required TSS removal rate and to infiltrate in excess of the required 1-inch water quality volume. As I said, 100% of the stormwater is being infiltrated, so it will infiltrate well in excess of that 1-inch water quality volume. The southern edge of the site is an existing, there's an existing sidewalk on the City of Fitchburg's property. Behind the sidewalk is right now there's a there's a granite, basically granite block wall. Again, they were likely just put there. They don't retain soil. They were just put there to keep cars from parking on them. So that landscaped area will be cleaned up, and it is likely just to remain, I believe we put a note on the plan about a landscaped area. Because of the layout, it's really one of the only areas available for snow storage, so we didn't do any extensive landscaping on it. It would likely remain either crushed stone or a mulch with, possible street trees along the lot line. But we would not be cluttering the area with shrubs and things like that, because we wouldn't be able to maintain them with snow plowing. And as I said, the applicant does own the garage on the north side of the property. So from the edge of the building to the first door, yep. So there's about 8 to 10 feet of area where snow could be stored on that side of the property as well. And then because he owns both parcels, on the north side of that garage, there's another landscaped area where there would be adequate snow storage for any overflow. The applicant does own machinery and equipment and trucks, so he'd be doing the maintenance himself. And if back-to-back storm events, that landscaped area wasn't adequate to collect enough snow storage, it would obviously be removed from the property.
Brian, can I ask you a question that I noticed when I was out there today? Did you do, and I don't know that you necessarily would have, but did you look at how close the 2 abutting properties are to the rear to your proposed building? Because the reason why I ask is there is what looks to be a fire escape on, I have it on my screen, that house, on the one on the right. There's a ladder all the way on the right side of the, right there. And in the aerial, it looks like there's like 3 feet between that and the property line. I just want to make sure that there's not a problem with them getting back to the back of their property. Although it would be on your property, I just want to make sure that it doesn't cause a safety issue.
Yeah, it wasn't identified in the survey. We didn't locate the actual buildings on the properties that abut us.
Because the one on the left, there's a pretty good gap, but the one on the right, it's very close to the property line.
Yeah, I really don't know
So,
that.
so my concern is you put a new building up and, let's say there's 3 feet, does that create an additional fire hazard?
So there's a number of comments regarding this site
Hold on a
plan.
second.
Regarding this. At foremost, well, the building itself on the back property line, is it going to slope? Is it intended to slope, or are you going to level it down to the present grade where the other garage
No,
is?
the back of the building will be a retaining wall. It's going to retain that.
So how high will
Well,
that?
the building will be the wall, so there won't be any drop off from the neighbors in the back. So the back of this building will be built into the slope, so the foundation will be built above grade.
So what would they see?
They'll see the building, the back of the building wall. There's no drop. We're going to put a fence. There is a fence spec on the plan.
So that's one piece of it. The other is that on the parking plan on itself, again, if you were here earlier for our other discussion, city code requirement, no driveway within 50 feet of an intersection. So you'd have to push that driveway entrance back 50, so it meets the 50 feet. Also, you can't back out onto the street, particularly, like all of the cars can't just back out unlimited onto the street. It exceeds the 36, is a maximum width of 36 feet for driveways. We have some
I know
comments, so we
you're
did-
aware of this, though, right? I told your boss about this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
So we received, and I know Nick Erickson, our DPW commissioner, provided some comments. I'm not sure if those got, we
I
just
got
recently
those
received
this afternoon,
them.
So I did read through
We
them.
just got those
Yeah,
late,
so
too.
we just got them too, so there's a number of
But they did
concerns
echo
about
the
that.
comments that I sent Pat last night,
They did.
so.
Yeah. So
Oh,
I didn't make any changes.
Okay. Because it's unfortunately, I don't know why, it's a recurring theme that engineers either aren't reading the city code or aren't just completely ignoring it, but this is like the 5th plan we've seen that completely gets rid of, doesn't pay any attention to 50 feet from an intersection.
So I got the comments. I didn't make the changes to the
Okay.
plan yet because I don't want to bring something different today.
Okay.
okay.
So
So,
it can be accommodated. We could put in a curb line along the frontage, along the right-of-way, back that 50 feet. We could maintain, now, I don't know how you deal with the abutting property owning the whole frontage of that property's an open curb cut.
Well, that's a pre-existing non-conforming
right,
condition.
you're talking about
creating
a new use,
condition.
so it's all to code.
But that's fine. What I'm saying is I can make that 36 feet work. I can make the 50 feet from the intersection work. We would basically have to put in a 3-foot island from the right-of-way back to the property. I could accommodate the parking with parallel parking spaces along that. So I have ways to make this work that clearly we can come back. But if I can go through,
Because the snow storage, too, is an issue, pretty much. It said it's really not practical in the location where it's,
well, I mean, it is practical there. You're going to be plowing to either side. And if it has to be removed, it will be removed. There's about 15 feet at the corner of the building, there's about 5 feet at the, along the frontage.
I think,
I don't know how you get it on the side of the building, and, don't know.
I'm not talking all the way from the side of the building. I'm talking-
Well, I further, just on top of what Paula was just saying about that, if this does get to the point where you were taking a vote and you're looking for approval, that needs to be landscaped, that needs to look very nice year-round, because you're creating a very, what is generally speaking, ugly self-storage buildings in a very visible location, so you need landscaping there, and you need to maintain it. And if that means you take all the snow off every snowstorm, so be it.
What if they looked more like residential garage versus an actual,
Can you do can you do like
U-Haul.
decorative stone, ephes, or something like that?
I guess we can do anything, but yeah, it's something we have to.
The prefab, the corrugated steel or whatever they do for a lot of the self-storage facilities, this isn't a location where you normally see a self-storage facility.
But it's a commercial district with other commercial use.
District abutting almost,
But
all-
you-
in almost entirely residential
Right,
properties,
But
too.
understand, it's here for a special permit because it's here to determine whether it's still appropriate to be located there because it's not typically. That's why it's not by right.
I mean, I mentioned
for
to
the
Pat
proposed
last month
use,
that,
okay?
that this site isn't conducive to this sort of use, and that just because it's in a commercial zone doesn't mean that this is the type of use that should be there. I wouldn't have a problem with a commercial use there if you could meet parking and setbacks and things like that.
I mean, another concern would be, yes, it's right against the property line of the residential butters, and probably some separation might be a little bit better. I'm not sure that it'd be provide the setback distances from the backyards right now to the existing residential uses. Want to make sure, I mean, you're taking the trees down as well, so it's like, can you retain the trees? It's like you're just turning it into a,
Everything, I mean, everything's gone, right? I mean, it has to
Yeah.
be. It's all impervious and building.
it's like, it was a residence there that burnt down. I know it's zoned commercial, but it's surrounded by residences on the opposite side of the street and abutting it in the back, and so it's like, what's the most appropriate to, and it's right on the corner on a visible spot. Maybe I can see why it might have fallen into the commercial zone, but that's allowing some even houses to be converted to some commercial use as well.
I mean, it's a tough site, size, shape, location. It's,
Yeah.
there are sites that just can't be developed. That's just a fact. I mean, and this might be one of them.
Well, I did say about, and it's like, I know what the application is before us, but I asked about the lot size, because at least it say it's above 5,000 square feet, particularly with the adjoining garage on it, that another residence could also be potentially looked at for this location as well.
But, I mean, certainly, I mean, obviously, if you want to revise the plan to show what at least meets, the code requirements, then we can take a look at that. I mean, I'm not against the idea, if we can make it work, and more importantly, if it can produce, some sort of aesthetic value too, meaning whatever you do to dress up the side of the building that you're now going to see, the front and side of that building, and the landscaped area along Lunenburg Street, those are priorities. And then obviously, aside from meeting the code requirements in general of making sure that, and I want to make sure too that we're not just talking about just doing an asphalt berm that runs up, because what's going to happen is over time people are going to drive over it. So you have to do something to separate that 50 feet from the site, whether that be a 3-foot landscaping buffer that's built up, a foot and a half or whatever, something that separates it so people don't just drive over it to get to the, because that's what happens over time is, you create a situation where you just have, you have an asphalt, or even if you put a granite berm in and, it's 4 inches off the ground, people just drive over it until it wears down. And then, 10 years from now, it's no longer a existing condition, so.
And we're still about retaining some of the trees. Some of the separation between the two.
The only thing you can do is on the
It's
front.
just-
That's the only thing you could do, that triangular area there.
Well, he has them along, there's existing large oaks along the back line.
There's not many,
yeah.
there's only a few.
Couple.
There are large trees.
Well, what I'm
there's only
saying
a
is,
few along
even
the
if you move the
backside.
building, you gotta take them down, the root structure, you're gonna have to
Well,
take
that's
them
if it's
down.
against the property line. It's like, I have a concern of this distance of that to the, and what's going to be in the storage buildings. It's going to be commercial, not just a residential
What about the
garage.
shed that looks like it's over?
Oh, the neighbors?
What?
What are you doing with that, the encroachment? Huh?
We'll move it.
Yeah, I was going to say, because it looks like the building is on the shed.
Let's do.
Good point, I didn't even see that.
Some public comment? Is there anybody
Anyone-
here like to comment on this?
Did you have something you wanted to say? Can you state your name and address for the record?
My name is Alan Melandro.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were with him. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The building itself, we can turn that to wood to give it more of a residential look. It's like the front of the garage, we cleaned that up very nice. That was kind of a mess. So it's residential parking inside of that building. No working in there, no nothing, just dead storage. As far as the landscape, I mean, I've been here a lot, and we see people walking up from John Fitch with their little carriage, and they're walking up the hill. And we had thought of doing in this little thing, a landscape feature where maybe a small sidewalk comes in, a couple benches. They can take a little break along the way.
I would prefer not. And there's a lot of reasons why, which we don't need to go into, but it can cause issues. It's also liability for you too. But what I would like to see shown there is an actual dedicated maintained landscape area, which we require for all commercial properties. So plantings,
You might even see like between that, depending on what the end of the storage or garage structure looks like, maybe it's even just cut off with a white fence or something.
row
along those lines,
of
to just say,
arborvitaes
here's a
against the
There's a nice
building.
landscaped area before the street, and then you go down.
The one thing you might need to steer clear of, even though it was mentioned, is tree plantings, only because of sightline issues. You might be able to get close to the building, you might be able to get some decorative trees, arborvitaes or trees or something, but it definitely should be built up, built up landscaped area, like I said, that's maintained, whether that be I know you're going to take down those concrete blocks now, but something like that, where you have a decorated separation, where you have a raised bed landscaped area that's maintained.
Along the Redmond frontage, or are you talking on the Lunenburg Street frontage?
Lunenburg Street, that triangle with the snow storage triangle, because that's the only thing everyone's going to see is, what you do there is what's going to determine whether it looks nice or it looks terrible. No offense. It's if you wanted to, again, if you wanted to do something with the siding or material, that'd be great too. I would just like the front and side of the building to not look. The corrugated metal, yeah.
So the aspect of how does this fit in with how does it fit in with the neighborhood for the proposed use? Okay.
Those sorts of
So you
trade-offs
have to look at what's around it. If there was an auto body garage or something next to it, or other industrial roofs right abutting it, but we've got residentials and multifamilies right around, surrounding it. So it's like, how does this fit in? How does it, people keep their enjoyment as well? How's it nicely landscaped? How is it an added benefit?
Well, I think it's going to be cleaning up considerably, and if you start putting fencing in, so the shed that's encroaching over the property, and it's falling down, it's rotted. I just see it's going to be a whole lot better. The whole intersection right now, in the middle of the winter, everything's overgrown, you can't get through there.
Well,
it's a tough
that can be maintained, right? There's nothing prohibited the maintenance of the lot now from picking up and maintaining it.
I think with the white fences and the landscape feature, and if you look at the end of the garage, we go beside the gable end of it, I think it's going to look nice.
it makes me feel better that you understand the aesthetics are important, because like I said, the first thing we thought, even when I talked to Pat last month about this, the first thing you think when you think self-storage is the god-awful stuff, self-storage with the roll-up doors and just, and it's such a visible location that people don't recognize now because it's so overgrown, but once it's cleared and once it's developed, you see it. It's as you know, it's a very busy street, so the aesthetics are important, and I think the other thing too, when you revise the plan to meet the code requirements, I noticed it requires 3 spaces. If you don't think you need the 3 spaces, because I think the parking count on yours is like 2.01 or something like that. If you fit 2 spaces, I think that's fine too. Yeah. How many bays were we talking? How many people are coming at once, realistically? So if you can get away with 2, and you can do 2 where the handicap space is and the one next to it, great. Then you don't even have to deal with, because I envision a problem turning in and then parking this way and then backing back out into the street. Yep. If you can make it so that they can either pull one this way and one this way so that they can back into the site and out, I don't know exactly how that works. I'm trying to figure it out, but
I'm sure they'll do that
Yeah, you
on
said you
their
could make it
own
work.
anyway.
Right. Well, right. But I think the point is to try and make it so that it's designed so that they don't have to back out that way.
Yeah.
Meaning if you have one space this way and one space this way, and they can back towards the building and then out, I think that's, that works great, or works better. You know, unfortunately, nothing works great because we don't have an acre of site to work with. But, you know, I think with some of those trade-offs, it's far more closer to being a possibility than I envisioned at the start of the night.
And if we said, I mean, like, if you're putting a fence along the back wall, typically we call out like white vinyl or something decorative, not a wooden stockade. Those tend not to stay in great condition.
It's not even that. It's the nice thing you can do for your neighbors that are going to be staring at the back of the building. It's better than just the you know, chain link.
I agree.
Yeah, and we did.
Looking for something crisp and something nice looking.
Good.
It fits in, again, resident doesn't scream industrial.
Right. Right, there you go. So yeah, maybe if you can show us kind of an idea, you know, even a picture, elevation, something, an idea of what you're planning on doing siding wise, and then obviously change the plan to show, you know, what's going to be required. If you can show us some, you know, a landscaped area there, and I mean, it looks like. Unless you leave us, see, I don't even see how it fits there at all as snow storage, because like Paula said, you're not going to be able to sweep around the building. So I think either way, you got to remove stuff from the site, or, you know, tuck it down to the north and the south side, or you own the abutting property, I don't know what's on the other side of that as far as how big of a lot you have, but push it somewhere else. But I think that the only real feasible, usable thing I can see for that triangle is landscaping.
I agree with you on the front end, that small triangle, we've got to leave some of that open for line of sight coming up that intersection.
Yep.
So I think the landscaping feature has to be probably just beyond or equal to the front plane of the building.
Yeah, I mean, you could use that whole triangle for landscaping. You just don't put trees there. You can do junipers and, you know, hostas and whatever else, do mulching or decorative stone, or, you know, obviously maybe something that looks nice, you know, a combination of the both, whatever, you know, ends up looking nice. I think that's the point, is, you know, show kind of what you're thinking, but a designated landscaped area for the sole purpose of making that site look good.
Yep, like good sight distance, and again, no driveway access for the 50 feet, so you got to put up some type of a berm, granite, something. Could be decorative. Also landscape, depending on what width it is.
We were thinking putting granite in, something that's going to hold, because I don't think that the asphalt, like you said, isn't going to hold.
And I'm sure you heard,
Particularly around a corner.
I'm sure you heard our commissioner a little while ago about the 50 feet is from edge of pavement.
Yeah.
So you pick up a little bit that way. You obviously pick up the width of the sidewalk and the pavement instead of edge of the right of way, which is right against your property line. So. And that obviously, and I'm sure you guys probably envision this when you put those spaces there, aside from the 50 feet, which is required, those two spaces on the south side were never going to work, because as soon as someone turns onto Redmond Place, and God forbid someone's backing out at the same time, that's an instant accident. Just because you got to get off Lunenburg Street, because you can't stop on Lunenburg Street. So
the day I visited, there actually was quite a bit of traffic coming up the street.
Just for a little dead-end street.
Yeah.
That's why we don't allow any parking in front of the existing garage building.
Yeah.
There's no cars are allowed, because it just clutters everything up.
All right. Is that enough information? Does any board member have any further
let me just check to see if there's any public
thoughts or
comment.
comments? No? Elaine, Alex, anything to add?
Do you want to see if there's any public comment? Did we already do that?
I did ask generally, but we'll
Oh.
ask again.
Go ahead.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody in the public online that would like to comment?
Or here? Nope, got no one. Okay. Make a motion to continue to our next meeting, which is I think you already heard 28th, or whatever it is.
Second.
Motion made to continue with a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? All right.
I would imagine they're quick revisions, but if you can get it back to us like a week or two before, that way, we can look at them and go over that, that'd be great.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good luck, guys.
is. All right. Next.
Paulo. You're up.
Is-
Okay.
So next in front of us this evening, we have a special permit and site plan review for 14 Highland Ave, request to convert single-family to two-family dwelling. And
Charles Dowling, representative for Paulo Cherries, who is trying to convert an existing carriage house, which is 2 floors, into an apartment on the second level, and a storage, basically his own construction storage facility on the first floor. There's an existing single-family residence on the site that he has a permit for and is being completed. They're connected by a deck between the two buildings. We have, I believe, adequate parking per code, and we've also addressed the surface runoff from the buildings in the lot. And that's my spiel.
Okay, how many, and I think I did provide some comments previous to this meeting. I wonder if they got forwarded.
What was that, dear?
There were some comments regarding this application previously that, whether or not that they were addressed. What's that?
I don't think I had a chance to forward it on to.
Oh, so you did, okay. All right. All right. How many bedrooms presently is a single-family home? This is a request to expand the density in that. So the single family has 5 beds?
5 bedroom.
And that's owner occupied?
No.
Okay, so you're going to rent that? Okay, to a family?
5.
Not college students? Okay.
I mean, I'm not gonna say no, because I can't be.
Because it's a big difference.
Well-
If you're talking about 5 bedrooms with Fitchburg State students versus 5 bedrooms with a family renting, the number of car demand is much different.
If you go back last year, I actually, the main house, which at one point was a two-family, I tried to convert that into a two-family at the time, and it's such a big house, I mean, it's almost 3,000.
I bring it up because we had this
So,
conversation before.
yes.
That's why I
So
bring it up.
One of the,
Square footage of it, I think I removed over.
Right, we told you not to finish the 3rd floor, wasn't that this property?
right.
Right,
Yeah.
you don't want it to, yeah. Now,
Well-
it's a 5-bedroom now.
Yeah, so
5 bedrooms.
5 bedroom, 5 bath?
It's too much space.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean, that's problematic.
So here's the thing, you run into being defined as a lodging house. And if it's, I believe, is it 4 or more? Greater than 4 unrelated persons?
Yeah, I mean, it only depends on who they rent it to, but yeah.
Well, like I mentioned, unrelated persons.
Right. The reason why we asked that question is,
Different criteria. This is why we asked this, because it's different for the parking and different for the use as well, to see how much, parking you can accommodate, as well as you're applying the appropriate use to it, because it's like, it's a single family, it needs a single family in the potentially bedroom, not to exceed the definition for a lodging house.
so Charles, let me ask you.
Be aware of that.
You drew these plans, right?
Correct.
And you just said that you had enough parking. There's 4 spaces. How'd you get to that number?
Two parking spaces per unit.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
And nothing for the accessory commercial storage space on the 1st floor?
No.
But,
When the first one started.
yeah, could you?
yeah,
Actually,
if you
could you-
just step over, actually, you could sit at the desk. I think
Both,
those work.
Yeah, you can both sit at the
Why
desk.
don't you guys, if you guys want to have a seat, that way you can talk and we can hear you. Just state your name so that people that are virtual, because people that are virtual can't hear you when you talk from the back of the room.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mike.
Paulo
I keep
Carlos.
forgetting. Go ahead.
And what was the point we were talking about?
So we were talking about the number of
the
spaces on.
Storage.
Yep.
It's not actually a commercial storage, it's just a available space. At first,
What's that?
Space,
To be used as what?
basically for his lumber and so forth.
That's
like
commercial,
stuff
that's
that I could
commercial
use, or I
storage.
could- I mean, at first, I was thinking to use it for myself,
Yeah.
but then because of my tenants, the house is pretty big, there's not a shed or anything to storage outside.
Where's the
I'm
parking
planning on
plan?
doing the second floor, so I'm like,
There it is.
maybe I can just use that for storage for all my tenants. They
Can
can
I-
use that.
I want to ask you a question about that because I found it somewhat unusual. Why is there a bathroom with a shower in that first floor storage space?
So for last year, when my first plan and I tried everything, I was going for a garage. The first floor was supposed to be a 4-car garage.
Okay.
And the idea is, if you have a garage and you try to, change a tire, I'm just thinking myself, maybe I'm doing some work in the car, I wouldn't leave that spot to go inside the house to wash my hands and then go back to the garage. So that was the.
Is that there right now, that
Yeah,
bathroom?
it's existing, yeah.
It was there when you bought the property?
Oh, no, but there is.
See, the problem is, and it's not directed at you, it's directed at any future property owner of this property. You sell this property, someone then uses that space legally or illegally as a commercial garage, or creates a third unit because it has a bathroom with a shower. That space is just as problematic as the space above it, the potential apartment. I don't know that you have adequate parking for that big of a single-family property and an additional unit and the contractor storage, which is what you have on the first floor on the plan.
So, going into the parking piece of it, I think all I see on the plan, it's hard to make out, very hard. But it looks like you have 4 stacked parking spaces? Yes, but they also don't even back up to the curb cut. Also, the 4 spaces don't comply with the code. For a 2-family, the maximum you can have, they can only be stacked per unit, you can't stack all of them. So you can only have 2 and 2. You can't have 4 stacked. It's not allowed. And it also doesn't even match up to the curb cut. The preference also would be that the remaining curb cut pretty much stay the same, and that you come in and you can certainly accommodate the parallel parking at 90 degrees with the existing driveway. The idea is to keep it as looking like a residence and not seeing and making it into a giant parking lot.
I was a little surprised to see you took down that retaining wall that was there on the left-hand side of the property. The one that was along the street, that there was like a 2 or 3 foot retaining wall that you took out?
The grant that was there.
Yeah, which we told you last year when we had this conversation, why take it out? And so anyway, it's gone now. So first of all, you have a 25-foot curb cut, which is very unnecessary for residential property. Why not have that as, a typical entrance and exit? You bring that up further north and you have everyone park this way. Why parallel? The parallel parking seems, it's certainly going to cause issues.
Well,
Because,
the parallel parking is basically because we can't do perpendicular.
but you can if you narrow up that 25-foot entrance.
Too narrow.
Why do you need a 25-foot entrance to a residential property?
You got that curb cut for some reason.
But a normal driveway, you're talking
About
12 feet?
Sure.
Maybe even.
Why do you need 25? That's why I don't understand why you took that retaining wall down. It was fine where it was, because it originally had a 10-foot entrance. And then you took it down, and now you got a 25-foot entrance, which is just, it seems like a lot. It seems like we're inviting a space for a commercial parking lot, is what we're doing.
Actually, there was, I had so much problems with people parking in front of it because the entrance, you have it before, right there.
Yeah, that's before you took it
So
down.
that was only 10 feet. That was very narrow. And I don't. Neighbors right across the street, the whole street, people park everywhere. There's a restaurant. It's a commercial area. And I had to call the police a couple of times to have people move their cars because they're blocking that driveway. So the reason why it was right at first, it's like, I gotta make this wide open. People can see this is a driveway because it's so narrow, and they'd been blocking me. I could even actually park my car in there.
Okay.
With the snow and everything, even in a winter storm, when there's like snow everywhere, I'm like, they just don't see a driveway there.
But it looks like you can kind of, you potentially could accommodate a lot more parking doing it perpendicular
I
to the
probably
side,
can get like 7 parking
Sideways.
spots, a lot more.
rather than
Charles
driving.
felt more comfortable doing that way. That way, there's plenty of room to you back it up, turn around, and go into the street.
Yeah, but I also can, keep in mind, we're still trying to look at, it's like a single family, it's looking like with the two-family, it's still looking like it's still a nice single-family residence, and not a commercial parking lot with that. So it's trying to keep in tune with some of that as well. So we're trying to, and similarly, look at trying not to make it so wide.
Actually,
And if you did,
if
again,
it's
if you
a
did if you were proposing stacked parking, there could be no more than 2, so it would be, what, 18 feet? 18, maybe 20 max? But also adding some landscaping back to the front. You saw where the granite blocks were taken down originally when you purchased the home? And I know there was a great deal of shrubbery there too, but it's putting back some type of landscaping along that frontage would be very, because nobody wants to see the parking lot. You want to try to keep it, this is private, it's residential.
I see. It's actually a commercial area.
I know it's
Yeah.
listed as the DB, but where your neighbors are and everything, it's a single-family home in that district. So yes, can you use it as a business? Yes, you could use it as a business, but you're not. You're using it as a residence, and it's next to additional residences, and it's trying to improve the neighborhood.
I hope you understand
And it's
why I
at the
brought it up about
entranceway.
that contractor storage you have. It's not necessarily the use, it's the amount of spaces that could ultimately be required on this site if it's fully maximized with a 5-family, single-family property, which is tremendously big. And then you have the apartment, which is how many bedrooms?
2.
2-bedroom apartment.
Yeah.
So you're talking 7 bedrooms and what theoretically could be used as, whether it's your tenant or you or ultimately someone else down the line renting the space to use for whatever, fixing their own cars or whatever is legally allowed there, that takes spaces too. So we're showing 4 spaces on a plan, but you're showing 4 spaces as if this were 2 2-bedroom units. It's not. This is, you're talking about what could be a building that requires a lot more parking. You can fit it there too. It's just, I don't like the parallel spaces are problematic. Like I said, the first thing I thought about was if you move that 25-foot curb cut up whatever it is, 6 feet, 7 feet, and then you can pull in next to each other, and it looks like they all have plenty of room to back out once you flatten that and pave it, because this is all going to be paved, right?
Yeah, my idea is if I can.
Well, I mean, it would have to be, because you're showing drainage on this plan.
Yeah.
So it would have to be paved, because you have to slope everything to the drainage.
It's if.
What's if?
Because it's if, so my petition is based on if I'm getting that approved. Because if I'm not.
Right, that's right.
Right.
What I'm
And then,
saying
yes,
is.
if he gets, then the whole thing is getting paid. for.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a whole lot different story if it's a single family anyway. You don't need to do all this. So, yeah,
Right.
right. This is all based upon the
I'm in
conversation
between
we're
with the
doing.
whole thing.
I know, and that's the problem too, is when you came to us last year, I remember you kept saying, I don't know if I'm going to do this, I don't know if I'm going to do that. You got to be decisive. You got to say, yes, I'm doing this. So.
Well, that's what I'm here for this, and I'm
Absolutely.
like, with my ideas on it, I want to keep it. I mean, I don't
Right.
know if you follow comment.
And it's unfortunate you didn't get our comments, because, like I said, Paul and I even talked about this the other day.
Comment of, please bring a second site plan showing not the stacked parking, but an alternative parking plan, so we could look at that, aside from the stacked parking. Add some fencing probably to the rear of the property, because it's,
Oh, yeah,
gone,
that's
you
part
know.
of it, for
And then
sure.
add, similarly, either add, when we talk of fencing, aesthetically nice-looking fencing, like, we talk about white vinyl or black decorative fence, or indoor landscape, or landscaping, arborvitae's or something like that, so that it's not just way open to the parking lot.
So you mentioned a little earlier to put a little brushes and stuff in the front. I mean, if you're actually looking at the house and if you see the big land on the right side, that used to be just a jungle going in there.
Saw
I
that.
actually
No wonder
cleared
why
that
you-
whole thing, and I'm keeping that. I'm gonna actually gonna maintain it, even though I don't own it. because the house in the back, which is smog, they own that, but their maintenance, they just don't care about it. So I said, listen, I'll take care of it. It's my property. I actually have the access to it, and they don't, because it's all fenced on their side. So I'm cleaning all that, and I'm just gonna kind of keep it like clean and some plants and stuff on that side.
Charles-
I'm looking at family living in, so that's why I like the idea of cars on the left, the parking lot kind of open, so people and kids, they can play on that side, they can ride their bikes, and also there's the other side of the property.
I mean, they still can if you're only using 3 spaces. I mean, hopefully, you're not going to be using 5, 6 spaces. Hopefully, you're only using 2 or 3 spaces.
Yeah, I hope so, but.
Well, that's what you should, I mean, that's, the problem is if you rent that single family to non-related occupants, that's a problem. That will be a problem. Because then it'll be a lodging boarding house. That'll be a problem, which you need special permission for.
Oh, I own a couple of houses in the area. I don't rent to college kids.
So, and it's not even,
I know it's a thing,
the problem. The problem isn't college kids. The problem is the size of this property that you have. You have 5 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms. That's unusual.
I didn't know what to do with
I hear
that
you.
space.
So, Charles, can you do me a favor? You drew this, right? The one up there?
Yes,
So, obviously, these stalls are 9 by 18?
yes, they are.
So this edge of this, if you could see my cursor, this is 9 feet. Do you know how far it is to the edge of that curb cut right there? So that height from from where you have the parking spaces starting, which I assume is 3 feet off the property line, that's what it looks like. That's what it's supposed to be. How much space you have to the edge of that curb cut? It's
think it's
9 plus what, 5? 9 plus 4?
5 feet, yeah.
So you're talking 14 feet. So to make an aisle there, you need another 4 feet. So you'd knock 25 feet down to 21 feet or 20 feet. 20 feet's perfect. 20 feet's more than enough.
Yeah.
You knock that down to 20 feet, you have the size of that aisle. People can turn in, and ideally, leave the whole rest of the parking space empty. Do like 4 there and 2 along your garage carriage house there if you want, or on the south side. You can leave the rest open, and people can play like you
The 25
said.
feet wasn't even on our end. I applied for a site plan with the DPW, and just to see if they like the site plan and everything, and just to have some comments from them. And they said, you know what, we'll approve you for 25 the most. So I just used what they gave it to me.
You just went the maximum, but they weren't saying do the maximum. They weren't saying do the maximum.
Right, so even on this plan, the 4 parking spaces, that doesn't even match up to the curb cut. You can't even get into them. And to be parallel needs to be like 22 feet in length because you can't fit a 9 by 18.
Yeah.
You know.
What are you talking about? I'm
If
sorry?
you're going parallel parking, the length is a
The
lot longer.
parallel parking doesn't work at all. The parallel parking is a problem. That we can't approve this plan with parallel parking. It doesn't make sense practically. People turning in, if there's 3 cars there, people are just gonna end up boxing someone in because they're not gonna parallel park on their own site.
Right,
So-
but the code also prohibits that and you can't stack parking it has to be only per each unit, and only up to like double, you know.
So my suggestion would be to move that curb cut up at least 5 feet, whatever it takes you to get an aisle width there, and you do parking aisles, for, let's say, 5 spaces, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to see a sea of pavement. I don't want to see 15 parking spaces there. But if you did maybe 1 extra just in case, you did 5, I think that makes it more practical given what you have there. And then, I mean, quite honestly, there's going to be a permit condition that the new apartment cannot be more than 2 bedrooms. How many bathrooms are in that?
Just 1.
2 bedroom, 1 bath. That's going to be a permit condition, so that doesn't change if and when we get to the point of approval. And that the garage space cannot be rented to a non-occupant or a non-owner. Meaning you can't have a separate person coming in and rent that to use that as garage space, because then you have additional uses, additional spaces, additional
I
problems.
mean, as like a business,
I mean, a separate business, because that creates extra parking that we're not accounting for.
like, it could be storage for whatever's on the
I mean, obviously, the single family is what it is. You know, I'll have to think if there's any sort of, I don't even know if there's any sort of permit condition about who that can be rented to. I doubt that there would
Well,
be.
just at least not to exceed, not to stay within a definition.
Yeah, right, okay.
Okay.
So, but.
You're talking about a grassed area, you could do a little grassed area next to the garage where you can't obviously pull in for, some parking if you wanted to do that, because there's obviously no grass
That's where
area
their
here.
drainage, that's where their drainage is, though.
That-
See that big rectangle on the bottom? That's the
But
that's
it's
where the
under
site's supposed to drain
It's under the
to.
ground. That's-
Right, but everything has to pitch to it, which you could
Not
still do
really.
with, yeah, you could still do it with a,
It's going to be like I've seen, like, you don't even see them, it's just like a tank under the ground holds. for
right,
that.
but my point is, I think you need the impervious area so that everything runs off
Okay.
towards it. I don't know. You see what she's saying, right? She's saying if you want an area for people to play, which I think is a great idea, make one. Make some grassed area on your site. Make something where because you were saying you want the kids to play, make an area where they can play if you want. That's not a permit condition. I just think that if that's the purpose, do it.
The last page of it, the carriage house, page 6. So if you see that, there's two doors. Obviously, one is for the second floor to go up, and the other one is to have access to that storage all the way on the left.
Mm-hmm.
But it says future garage door.
Mm-hmm.
So, because, like I said, it can be an extra parking spot. If I put a garage door, it has a concrete floor, it's solid and everything, so there's another at least two parking spots under.
I'm trying to think what side I'm looking at.
This
Looking
is
at the
this is
building
the
to the
side.
left.
This is the side facing Lunenburg Street. Yes.
The one on the left
Okay,
faces.
so there's no garage, right, the garage door is on the front right now, like the barn. And
Not
then-
anymore. Not
Okay.
anymore. I closed that. So now it's on the other side that actually faces downtown.
Oh, so go back to the parking plan, let's see.
What do you need?
Go back to the parking plan.
So that
Okay,
last
so
part
come in, so
right
you'd
there,
come in,
yes.
so you're going to drive it and then come in
Right.
under that way, okay.
Correct.
So you come in this way
All right.
and up. So it's
I guess you could still do that, but as long as if you've got the other cars going the other way, you're just going to have to accommodate at some point.
Well, no, you don't need spaces all the way down there. You only need 4 or 5 spaces. They don't need to go anywhere near the garage. It won't get in his way.
No, if he goes parallel, I don't know the back, whether.
What do you mean if he goes perpendicular? you mean?
Perpendicular, you drive in, how is he, I guess you could, yeah, you probably squeeze, you'd have to squeeze by the parallel part, the other parking. The perpendicular
But what
parking.
I'm talking about is the new perpendicular spaces won't be anywhere near that garage. You run them from this way from the street, and I know everyone can't see this, but this way from the street,
Right.
you start 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There shouldn't be any spaces down where that drainage basin is that you have there. I don't think you need to have spaces there. What I was about to say was, the good news is, the density itself, as far as having a dense building in a lot like this, isn't atypical for the college area. And you have room on the site to make it happen. It's just, I don't think you can't approve parallel spaces there, because A, they don't work, and B, more importantly, I suppose you can't even do it based upon our parking code. So, tighten up that entrance, make the spaces, perpendicular, so that you back into the heart of the site and then out. And, then, like as Paula said, just find a little bit of landscaping, whether that be in the front of the house or that area you cleared in the front right corner, move the spaces over a few feet, 5 feet, make a landscaped area along the frontage there.
I also have some in front, right next to the deck, little entrances, some area there too.
Yeah, I mean, there should be some beautification there. I mean, you have enough room here where you haven't paved it yet. Make a buffer on the Highland Street side of, 4 or 5 feet, the width of that first parking stall that you're gonna create, and make that a mulched landscaped area, and then do your parking, in a row that way. I think that, I think you can make that work. And then, like I said, it's just a
Give some
question of,
privacy too, I like that, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, we don't, so close it in a little bit on the frontage, because no one wants to see the ocean of parking. But try to get as much parking as you can, only because I know the minimum of 4, probably you're probably going to potentially have a little bit more use there, that if you can at least do 5 to show, and try to do that perpendicular, narrow up the driveway a bit too, so the curb cut isn't so large. Put that landscaping in the front, do the landscaping or fencing to the rear as well. I'm not sure about the, I know there was looks like a previous fence along the southern side there. I'm not sure if you were doing anything with that either, or if you're just leaving it open, or you're going to put a fence
Which
back there.
side?
Well, see with the yellow where you have the,
Yeah?
that side, right there all along, right?
Right
It's like
there.
this, you see the tops of a building in front of you?
Yeah, there's a big, so I'm actually talking to the owner of that garage, because the retaining wall that he has right there, it's coming down.
Oh,
I'm trying to work out with him, since if this gets approved, like I already have an excavator on site and to do all the drain pit, so trying to see if he wants to do it, that way we can fix that wall and put it actually up higher, because it's also, it's unsafe if somebody parks the car right there too, because I need to have a fence or some type of barrier, because you can just fall. It's 5 feet going down that
right.
wall.
So if you're going to do that surround between the
I am doing
the
that,
western
the L
side,
shape, yeah.
the southern side, and then a little bit, up and doing that landscaping on the Highland Ave side, could look nice. Are we looking for increasing our housing? Yes, we are. You're doing a great job in renovating the property. So we want to see you accommodate the parking as well, and as much parking as you can aesthetically, and keeping with the neighborhood.
As much parking as you can that doesn't create a sea of parking. You don't need
Correct.
more than 5.
That's what I said, aesthetically, so that
Yeah.
saying no one really wants to, again, not the commercial parking lot. Obviously, for the property, if you can create some green space in there, that would be probably appreciated for other tenants as well, so that there's something other than just a parking lot.
I think if those changes are made, I think I can get behind what you're doing here. I don't see a problem with that. It's just, we can't approve this now, and you have to.
Oh, come on.
And you have to show us on a plan that it works.
What if we promise?
Yeah, the other problem is, I'm doing this in my head, I don't know for certain you can, I'm sure you can, but I don't know for absolute positive that you can fit them coming in that way. And then, like I said, show landscaping there.
It's
show those
tight, but what
buffers.
happens if it doesn't work?
If it doesn't work, this is problematic. Then you'll have to park further onto the site where you can put them parallel, away from that curb cut, because you don't want, obviously, you can't turn into the driveway into a parking space. So you'll have to set them further back into the site so that they're parallel like this.
Like,
I don't have any more room.
From what I can tell on there, from what you and I just talked about, it looks like you have plenty of room.
Are we talking about those 4 yellow spaces?
We're talking about getting rid of those 4 yellow spaces,
Yes.
yeah.
And where are you talking about now?
So I am talking.
Saying that it may be problem to have right-angled parking because of the turnaround space. I thought you were agreeing.
So you don't think you have enough room to turn around between there and the building? How much space
That's
do you have?
correct.
What do you have for space between the edge of that parking area and that jut out on the single-family property there? It's got to be at least 30 feet.
Around 40.
The curb cut's 26 feet. How do you not have enough space? 25 feet. You got 25 feet, another 5.
What do I need for a parking space and a turnaround?
You need 18 feet. And then you need, the turnaround, we have flexibility because it's on-site, it's not commercial.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we have flexibility with, as long as you can make that turn, which
You don't have to do it 3 times, it's okay.
no, you don't have to, you don't have to show us, the like we do in commercial lots that they could fit a fire truck in there, none of that stuff. I think you can feasibly make, you got plenty of space on there. Like I said, 25 feet for the curb cut, 4 feet on the top. You got at least 9, 10, at least 14 feet on the bottom. You got 40-something feet wide to work with there.
Yeah.
It's plenty of room. My biggest problem when I first looked at it, aside from the parking spaces, are that sea of opening that you created, which now I understand why you did it. They said you could do up to 25, so you did 25. I get it. You just don't need it. So cut that down enough, wide enough to make those spaces, and then show us some landscaping, show us the stuff Paula talked about with the fence, and obviously, I already mentioned it, and you're aware now, when we get to the point of approving, when we get to the point of voting, permit condition will be that it's paved and striped, because it has to be paved and striped.
How about the vote conditional? He needs to get started.
He can get started. There's nothing stopping him from
Well,
starting right now.
He needs to
Well, he
get the
can't,
building
he can't
permit.
get a building permit for the second unit he wants to start.
Yeah.
No, he can't. This is for increasing the density to a second.
Okay.
We'll have it ready for you for the next meeting.
I don't have a problem with that. If the chair doesn't, I have no problem with that.
It's definitely, the site plan's not approved, it's just whether or not,
But with conditions that it be made the way you'd like it.
let's take some public comment.
Sure.
And we also need some department feedback since this is a special permit.
Is there anyone here or virtual that has any public comment to this? This is 14 Highland.
Oh, good, Nick might have some.
I don't know if you have anything, Nick, but Mike seemed to think you might, so.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
So, first off, I think it was a shame that the granite wall along the frontage of the property was removed. I think it added a nice aesthetic value. I know engineering approved the curb cut up to a 25-foot width. That doesn't mean necessarily needs to be that wide. I agree with the board on the comments on the parking. I think there's more than enough room there to make something work besides what's being proposed right now. I would recommend getting a parking plan prior to approving the site plan, just because there is enough room available, but I question as to whether, they can really put something on paper that works and is pleasing to the board and kind of ties in with the surrounding neighborhood. So I'd caution against approving something conditionally tonight. But aside from that, I think it can work. I'd like to see that curb cut narrowed up. I'd like to see the granite put back, if possible, along the frontage. And then there's got to be a way to fit 4 parking spaces in there without doing this parallel parking scheme here, because I agree, it's just not going to work very well.
Thanks, Nick.
Can we back out onto Highland Avenue, by the way?
No, you cannot.
Yeah.
You didn't get the gist of that tonight?
It's to be avoided.
And no, yeah, I would not.
A period or?
Well, you don't have to, is the gist of that. I was going to say, you have now that I think of it, you have 2, so you might be able, but let's not even argue, let's not even talk about that.
It's a legitimate question.
It's not completely prohibited, okay? But it's to be avoided, so if you can demonstrate why it's necessary.
There's no reason,
there's no
reason it's
for it
necessary.
if it's necessary.
There's no
So-
reason it's
The reason
necessary.
it might be necessary is that perpendicular parking. If I can go on the
On an
slanted,
angle?
then I can make it work,
Well, then
absolutely.
they could back out one at a time scenario, down the drive, if he does angled parking versus perpendicular, just as an
I've
option.
tried
I mean,
with
if
the
you
perpendicular
do angled parking, start all the way on that side and do 5 that way, and you're nowhere near the entrance. Then you can back up all you want onto the site. If you want to do that, if you want to do angled parking, stay away from Highland. Do it as start on the other side and work your way down.
What do you mean?
If you want to do angled parking, start in the front left corner, do angled parking so you're facing the house,
This way, and then you can back.
and that way you can back out into the middle of the lot.
Okay, I see what he's saying. He's saying facing the
Don't angle,
house,
don't
not the
angle
opposite.
parking so the tail of the cars are facing Highland.
Yeah.
That's just asking for trouble. I have
Then
full
you're changing the
confidence you
curb
can
cut.
figure this out without having to back onto Highland and fitting spaces on there by narrowing that entryway. Narrow that entryway to 14 feet. Then you got tons of room. Yeah. No problem.
I agree.
Okay. Is there any public comment aside, I know Nick provided some comment.
Let me check.
Is in-
Nope, no one.
Mike, do we have any department comments aside from DPW?
Sorry, I'm just checking. The police, I had no comment on it. I had no problem with it, but that's all I got.
I mean, for the sake of argument, even if we were to conditionally approve it, you couldn't pull a building permit till we look at it next month anyway, because we won't be together as a board till next month, so it won't matter. I mean, there's no difference, because the special permit wouldn't be active until we signed off on your changes, which we can't do unless we can vote.
Gotcha.
I mean, I'm just trying to be honest with you. I wish we were meeting next week, but we're all
When's your
unpaid
next meeting?
volunteers, so. What's that?
When's the next meeting?
June 28th.
Thank you.
June 20th.
Just
And
to
if,
be-
here's some, I will, but I will offer to meet with you on site to go over what you have.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I'll meet you there as well. I'm happy to, that way we can iron everything out and.
I'll sketch it out, and then we'll call you folks.
Yeah, you can organize it through Mike. Mike can coordinate with
Right.
Paul and I.
Then you say, does this seem to be appropriate? Move ahead, finish it up, and be able to present it for deliberation.
I also have a quick question. I was just aware of it last time when I talked to Commissioner. He brought it up that once the special permit has been, if ever gets passed, do I still have, he said something about another 30 days to
21 days.
So it's 21 days
Right,
until it
appeal?
can start building?
20-day appeal. It's 20-day appeal. It's at risk, so you have after it's done, you've got the 20 days, any abutter, whomever can appeal it to a superior court to file the appeal. It's not a file with the city, it has to be filed in court scenario, so that it just becomes at risk. Some people just decide to continue construction, others wait for the appeal period.
I'm just looking at time-wise.
Building permits also have an appeal
I see.
period.
Okay, so it would be, I'm looking at,
Well,
the
you can,
earliest right now will be August.
you can work within that 20-day appeal, but it's just you take the risk that if someone files an appeal and you go to
I see.
court,
Right.
that causes a problem. Just like I said to Paula, you can, I'm not gonna get into it. You can start work at risk of, an issue now.
No, I mean-
Well, he
I
can't
mean,
now,
I
he doesn't have a building
Absolutely
permit.
can. You 100% can. Yes, you can.
I wouldn't say that.
He can start work, he can start, general renovation, general demo work that's not substantial.
Oh, demo is different from construction.
I'm in the process
Be
of
careful
fixing the
about that.
barn. It's already been fixed. There is no supporting walls, anything. It's just gonna be wide open and LVLs. That way there's no supporting or anything. That way it can get going.
He wants
If it
it,
ever gets-
he wants it to stand for a few more years.
Yeah, I hope.
That's
So if
really
ever
better
gets
taken
the
up
okay,
with
then I'll
the
just do
building
it
department,
to your
though.
work.
Yeah, that you really wanting to talk with the building department about what you
Yeah.
can and can't do during the interim
Oh,
period.
no, so far everything been doing, they're aware of it.
Okay,
Yeah, I met
long as you
the
check-
building inspector on site last month, right after
Perfect.
the
check
meeting.
with them.
Just keep them abreast of what you're doing, and you should be good.
All right.
I'll make a motion to continue to our next meeting.
Second. Motion's made with a second. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed? Okay.
We thank you, folks,
Good luck. Sorry, it's taken another
And
meeting.
thanks-
I honestly, I wish it didn't,
and
but,
thanks for your service.
yeah, good luck. And be in touch if you want to meet us out there. And we can iron stuff out.
All right. After you. I don't want to run over you.
You can take the screen back if you want.
We have,
Mr.
is
King.
the applicant here for 41 Fox Street? Hey.
Perfect.
Hi, Karen.
Mr. King, how are you?
Listen, I want to tell you something. I do lots of town meetings. I almost thought I walked into the UN tonight. This is quite amazing.
As soon as we could solve the echo, especially with the virtual stuff. I couldn't hear half of that virtual conversation earlier, but.
Hear what?
Yeah, exactly.
This is quite something when you walk in. It's very impressive.
Thank you.
So good evening, all. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Last time we met, we discussed taking 41 Fox Street and adding the parking, which I showed you the cartoon drawing that I did. Funny enough, the engineer, I guess, agreed with me, crazy engineer. If you're bringing it up on the screen, but I'll put it up here so you can see it.
Do you want to get it,
Essentially,
Paul?
we have 6
you
full
wanna bring it
parking
up?
spots.
You want me to, I'll do it. Hold on one second, Dave, let me pull it up so people that are virtual can see.
I guess I should say David King from Remax Patriot Realty.
Thank you for doing that, because I keep forgetting.
Apologies.
All right.
Somebody's got to follow the rules, right?
Yeah. All right. Is that the screen you want?
Perfect. That's great. Yep. There was just one.
Thank you.
Just do me one favor. Step back, stand in front of the mic, because honestly, people tell us they can't hear anyone if they're not speaking into the mic.
No
so
worries at all.
thank
Is
you.
that good?
There we
Yeah,
go.
That's good, perfect.
As we can see the plan.
Yep, I can see it fine. So I just printed out, so that's fine. So you requested parking plan. So we did a couple things. We brought in Chris from Tandem, who we work very closely with. We checked to make sure that the dry well, that the bottom there was one of the discussions. The dry well is a dry well. We actually had it cleaned out.
Okay.
The city was very nice to do that for us. Wasn't that kind of them? Helps to have friends in high and low places. And then we brought in Chris from Tandem, and he confirmed that the drywall is working fine, and it also has a relief in the event of overflow that goes into Punch Brook directly. So we did have it cameraed, and we confirmed that it does go directly into Punch Brook, so there's no concerns there with drainage. And then we designed the parking layout for 6 parking spots, as you can see. And then we also added the 4 trash receptacles, one for each of the 1-bedroom units that are proposed to be built on the 2nd floor of this building.
And those presumably will be behind a gate, like aesthetic.
Correct, yes,
like, so
yeah.
it's-
There's a gate there now,
Yeah.
but we're going to put some, first of all, we're not doing anything. We're going to sell the property as this is approved, ready to go. And yes, it'll be defined that they need to put a nice gate there, not that ugly thing that's up there now.
Right, so as a, yeah, so that will be one of the conditions too, just because it's not defined on the site plan, so like if you do sell it, they don't realize that. So we
Right.
got to make sure that it's,
Perfectly understandable. That was not one of the things you asked for, but we'd be happy to add that.
Talking about where the totes are, Paula?
right, so this street facing side, so you're not seeing totes, you see some kind of like, wood.
Yeah, there's actually a fence there now, but we would take that fence down because it's
Put something-
ratty, and then put something nice.
cottagey.
I'll just put decorative.
Well, we have to have a gate there too,
No,
because that's the
something.
second egress to get out of the building.
Right,
So they have
so
to be able to get out to the
passway
street
there.
if there's a fire or something, so
Okay.
that would be there.
Aesthetic gate. So, back to the parking plan, just a question about, can it really fit 6 at the same time when you have the one in question where the triangle is in the corner, where you've got the angled parking meeting up with the,
So there's actually 6 there now. There's 6 there now and painted, and they've been used for
Ever?
many, many eons. So it's actually laid out pretty much exactly like that now.
Okay.
I was just trying to envision how the one against the wall was be able to back out if there was something parallel parked. Would that be far enough in? But it's 25 feet in depth, I can't see. 25, okay. So the minimum's 22, so it goes a little bit further, so. You're offset the 3 feet, so it's 25, so that's good.
You trained me well over the years.
Ah. It's like, if only we have to put it out there, it's like 50 feet from intersection, minimum driveway,
I
with
was
3 feet
so upset-
setback from property
I'm so upset
lines.
tonight I couldn't come here with a pot application or at least something closer to the corner. I really apologize. I'm trying for that next time.
We like to change it up.
I was kind of giggling tonight when you said, I can't believe this is the 5th application. People don't understand this 50 foot off the curb. I even knew that, and I'm not an engineer.
Well, unfortunately, it's not in the ordinance. The ordinance says go to the city code. It's people forget, it's hard to sometimes remember that there's a city code that has specifications too. It's not just the ordinance, so it's like you gotta do research.
Oh, yeah, I know.
All right, so. Just going through quickly.
Yeah, we just submitted 2 things. It was just the
Yeah, no, I was just, the reason why I'm going through this is I don't remember if we had a conversation about exterior siding, what the plan is for this.
I think it was all still painted, nice. Remember, it was fixing the sidewalk, those steps going up to the entranceway.
Yeah, okay, so it's obviously since been
That's-
painted since that.
Well, that's an
Oh,
old
you have the
picture.
old one.
Wow.
You know what? I think I might have it.
I have it, I know we had this conversation, or at least we talked about exterior facade, but it's in good shape now is the gist of that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Okay.
That's funny, I don't even remember that other building next door.
It was continued from our, was it March? What was the first meeting?
February?
Was it
January?
February?
January?
No, not way back then.
Yeah, it was at least 2 months ago. Where did I just see, oh, I know where I saw it. The assessor had,
Sorry, let's bring that up. It's not that one.
anyway.
Did you find this? Ah, I have it. Let's see.
Yeah, the building's had a new
You can
roof
just- you
put
can just
on
share
it.
screen and then hit, you gonna take it from me and,
There we go. I know I can
That's
share the
fine.
screen. I can show what it looks like presently.
It's hard to imagine the building used to be that ugly. It looks fabulous today.
Oh, not this one. Hold on. Just had it. If I can hit the right button, it says share. There we go.
You go, yeah.
There we go.
There we go.
That looks a little better.
Much better. Quite a bit better. So it was improving the potential tripping hazard here because it's uneven about the, in front of the,
yeah, we already talked about, you're gonna fix
just
the
talking about
fix the curb and sidewalk?
right.
Correct, yes.
Conditions.
Do you have, Paula, do you have a photo there of the driveway on the right? Did you take one when you were there? Okay, so you're gonna repave and restripe that, obviously?
That'll be part of the conditions, I believe, that you agreed to that, yes.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's actually laid out where the perpendicular.
Yes, correct.
Parallel parking.
I mean, you don't want people to just,
Angled parking.
just guess.
Right.
Come on, they can guess.
That's quite a nice improvement.
Well, compliments to the owners, they did all that.
Perfect.
Now we finally actually have a real building that's going to be residential and real parking.
Yep.
Hard to believe.
Yep. Yeah, so there'll be a gate.
Yep.
decorative
Correct,
gate
yes.
thing. Yep. Accessible. I think, is that the last one? Yeah, so that's all I have.
Good. You wanna see if there's any public comment?
Like, Nick, do you have any further comment regarding this particular site?
I do not. I believe Ryan was out there during the dye test to confirm that the catch basin was tied into the drain system. I can double check with Chris from Tandem tomorrow just to verify, but my question for David, is the garage door on the front of the building staying?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Is it still an active business there?
Correct, yes.
So they're still using that to pull in and out the,
Correct.
So when they do the sidewalk, Nick, I envision that just to be kind of like a curb cut, well, it is a curb cut right there, I can see it, but, you know, ideally, they reset that granite when they fix the sidewalk, like we would ask any other project to, reset that granite, you know, repair the sidewalk to city standards, and then you just have basically however, I mean, they could leave the entrance to their garage like that, I guess, I don't know. I'll leave that to you, Nick. I don't know how to solve that problem.
Right. I mean, it's tough to tie into existing curbing that has essentially no curb reveal. But it would be nice to get back a little bit of curb reveal in front of the building if possible. And then on the left side, so your mouse is right over the curb corner right there. It would be nice if we could match that on the other side with either match it with the curb corner like that, or take out the one on the right side and kind of just make it look symmetrical. The other question I had was, I guess it's more building commissioner related, but is there any issue with that garage there being, you know, is there any risk of fumes from vehicles in the garage infiltrating into the living space or you know, space occupied by humans?
I think the last meeting we talked about that would have to be vented. Obviously, there has to be fire code on the ceiling, which there is now anyway, and all the heat detectors. So those standards would be added, and I would imagine a proper ventilation system that has a carbon monoxide detection system would probably be best. So probably best to put that in the recommendations.
Gotcha. Okay.
Should that remain as inside parking?
Right.
Yeah.
and presently, that was a question that the board had asked and was concerned with, so we wanted to make sure, as long as it met the compatibility with housing, to have a garage, as long as it has the safety precautions in place.
Right.
And mitigation in place to meet like a standard type of garage. It's not an auto body, like
No.
type maintenance, it's just kind of in and out.
Correct. They just go in, they start the car, and they leave. Just exactly like a normal home garage.
So just back to, Paul, your comment a few minutes ago. I guess to the applicant, I'd like to see the curbing, excuse me, removed and reinstalled along the frontage to match existing curb reveal on the left side there, and on the right side, on the other side of the driveway. It can be granite and asphalt as opposed to granite and concrete, which are typical standard just because of what's there already. And aside from that, just, making it look symmetrical as far as the curb corner goes, either removing the one on the right side that's there or adding one on the left side to match. Yeah, and then on the other side of the existing parking area, it doesn't look like there's really any curbing, so assuming because there's nothing there, you don't really need to tie into anything, so
Right.
Should be no issues.
So it's more along, complete the curbing here and then make it symmetrical from the garage. So
That's fine.
yeah.
Yeah, that's the right way to do, to make it look proper.
Yeah,
Yeah, just to clean up that frontage, the sidewalk between the building and the curb.
I can even see them putting a granite step off of the front stairs coming out too, because it comes out on kind of a slant.
Yeah, you don't want that. That's not even really part of the sidewalk, but that 2 or 3 feet along the building that goes straight up might need to be resolved somehow.
Yep.
But I think when they reset those curbs too,
Much
there'll be
higher.
there'll be another 3 or 4 inches up. That probably picks up that grade a little bit, because they'll have to dig up all that sidewalk to repave, so.
Yes.
Yep, thanks, Nick.
And just so your other standard condition would be that if there's any change in the business, so the business is pretty much like a by right in that district, but once it goes into the special permit, then we say it has to be compatible with a residential use, so then any change in the business would have to come back for a look to make sure that it's appropriate match with the
Understand,
residences.
yes.
I already beat you to it.
At that. Does there, any board member has any comment regarding the submission? And is there any public comment further in the audience here and or online?
I don't see anything.
Was the owner going to be here, Reno?
They're listening.
Okay, didn't want to.
No, I think they're fine.
Make a motion to
Mike,
close the public hearing.
Wait, one more thing. Any further department comments aside from DPW?
No.
Okay, just checking. All right. Motion is made to close the hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed? All right. Discussion?
I'll make a motion, just one aside, Tracy's voting on this, just so she knows. I'll make a motion to approve 41 Fox Street, subject to the following conditions. So I have a decorative gate where the totes are at the street, maintain the exterior of the building in an aesthetic manner, trash totes to be kept off-street as they're shown on the site plan in the designated location, fixed curb and sidewalk per the city standards, what we had talked about per Nick's comments, repave and restripe the parking lot, no more than 4 one-bedroom units on the second floor. So that should say no more than 4 units, no more than 1 bedroom in each unit. Reset curbs along the frontage and add the curb corner return that Nick had mentioned, subject to any additional department requirements that we've talked about, which I don't think there were other than those. And then if the use changes on the first floor, the applicant or property owner has to revisit the planning board for approval of the new use.
And then just resetting that step to the entrance door.
You're right, yeah, sure. Entrance?
Make sure, yeah.
Yeah.
The entrance step to the front, that's fine.
Safety's number one.
Yep.
Okay, reset. All right. There's a proposal.
Second.
And there's a second. And I'll take roll call. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say opposed. Alex?
Aye.
Alin.
Aye.
Amanda.
Aye.
Paul.
Aye.
Paula. Aye. Tracy. Aye. Excellent. Here you go.
Perfect, thank you.
Good luck, guys.
I get to tell everybody I was at the UN today. All right.
Hey, if you can get the governing body to approve, that's great. Keep going for it. There's bigger things out there.
Absolutely. You guys have a great evening. Thank you.
Thanks, David.
Hey, Paul, it looked like you were reading from your notes.
Yeah, I can, matter of fact, I think it's on a separate page. I can just give them to you. Yeah, it is on a separate page.
Scan it. Sorry.
Okay. You can keep it. Yeah.
All right. The next item on the agenda is a special permit and site plan review for a large-scale solar array, 0 Ashburnham Street by Mad River Solar. This is in response to a request for an extension that, due to the zoning ordinance change in September, was unable to be accommodated as an extension for a site plan and had to be resubmitted as a special permit and site plan review. So the proposal was originally permitted as underneath the site plan review, and I think that has been resubmitted underneath the special permit provisions.
All yours, Attorney Barrett.
All right.
There we go.
Is that my cue?
It's your cue.
All right, thank you, Madam Chairwoman, Karen, and members of the board, Mr. O'Hara. I'm John Barrett. I'm an attorney here in the city, and I represent Mad River Solar. I believe Mr. DeNouvel is online, so I think he's with us. I'm not sure if we've got anybody else tonight. But as Madam Chair mentioned, you know, this project had originally been proposed just for site plan review, which was always all that was required back in 2019. The permit, I think, actually, or site plan approval was issued in January of 2020. Then COVID hit. We had some further delays, and the city changed its zoning ordinance to require ground-mounted solar arrays to have a special permit. We did request an extension of the site plan review as a sufficient remedy, but the building commissioner, as you mentioned, determined that since there was a change in the zoning ordinance, we now had to file for the special permit. So essentially, the plans haven't changed from what was submitted with the site plan review. It is still a 4.88 megawatt AC ground-mounted solar facility with a 2.25 megawatt DC coupled energy storage system. So I believe all of the materials that were submitted before with respect to the engineering of the site are the same. But the only change we have to address is the fact that unfortunately, we have to say we got our wires crossed a little bit between the landowner and the project. And in the fall of 2021, Mr. John DeNouvel, the owner of the property, had determined that, you know, it would get some of the trees had to be cut and for the solar facility, and hired a firm to do the logging, and they did the logging. Unfortunately, they apparently didn't know about the site plan restrictions, and this is apart from even the new ordinance coming into play for a special permit. And they did invade the buffer that the planning board had set back in 2020. So also there were some issues for the Conservation Commission. So we did meet a number of times with the Conservation Commission to work up an amended order of conditions. And I believe we did have ERM, a local environmental firm, or not local, but I think a fairly well-known environmental firm, do a site remediation plan, which was appended to our application for the special permit. So we're here before you tonight, quite frankly, looking for a special permit for the project. I guess you'd have to say we're on pins and needles because we'd like to get going with the project. And I know some of the neighbors are here and we're waiting to try to get to address some of their concerns with the approval of the project. But I'm not sure if there's any other details you want me to get into, and I could, if you'd like, review, I think, the special permit criteria vis-a-vis the special permit provisions of the ordinance.
For the one, okay.
We don't have to go over them individually, unless the neighbors want a refresher at some point. They can ask when they do public comment, but we don't have to go over them individually. That I assume you're referring to buffer and all the other stuff that we had referenced in the special permit. Yeah.
Right.
I think the neighbors that it impacted are familiar with the permit conditions, but if they're not, again, we can go over them again if you want. But for the sake of time, let's wait till someone asks for that.
Right.
I did look over the, your, whatever you call mitigation plan or whatever it was, and, I assume we can't go back in time and put the trees up, so we'll deal with, obviously we'll continue to append that, like you said, to a new special permit decision. Whatever's required in there will be required.
Can you
now
at least identify what the area that was impacted and is going to be remediated?
It's basically the areas along Ashburnham Street and the Ashburnham Street neighbors. I believe there's also some work that has to be done to the east.
So on this side here?
Towards Stickney Road.
That's right, Paula.
Okay, so along this side here, impacted in the buffer, and then also along this side over here?
Have they since moved all the logs that were downed? I know there was a lot of pine there too, that the thought was that they didn't necessarily want them, but I know one of the abutters was concerned about getting all the logs out of there.
I believe all the logs have been removed. I'm not positive of that. I think that the ERM folks had suggested that in some cases you did want to leave some of this stuff because it would help to create natural revegetation. So and they would probably cause more damage to just go in, with the heavy equipment to take that stuff out. One thing that, we did need to address and get to is because of the clearing of the area, it left some trees standing near the abutters, which are now kind of on their own. And because the buffer of the other trees from the original site are gone, these trees are now represent a bit of a hazard for the neighbors. And we would, I think, actually the neighbors want those trees taken down because they're really just a danger to their properties. And we're willing to do that.
As long as the applicant knows that that's a certainty that they want them down. If they're within the buffer, better get permission from the abutters to take them
I mean,
down.
once we have the green light, the remediation plan envisions our being able to go back with the neighbors, find out what they exactly want to do with respect to those trees. I mean, you're right, Paul, some folks might want to leave them there. Obviously, it's going to take some time to grow back some of the buffer area. The plan does anticipate putting in some larger trees, to get the thing started, but it's not going to be, it's not going to be an overnight transformation of the buffer zone.
Right.
Is there a certain date you'd be submitting the agreement?
Madam Chair, I'm not sure the timeframe. I think the idea is that all of these, what's in the plan will be planted. I'm expecting probably in the fall as a better time to do planting, and because
We're trying to get better at putting timelines on things.
Yep, and I can appreciate that.
Expectations on the phasing as well, because again, we don't want construction to be of a lengthy duration.
So your question is, when is the mitigation work going to happen?
Right, when is the mitigation work going to happen, and when are they going to have any of the agreements with the
So
butters?
if we get to the point we're voting on this, we say a year from today, which gives them the fall and the spring, if there's an issue in the fall with planting. That way, I'm just trying to give you a time that seems logical. You have 2 planting cycles. I agree with Attorney Barrett. Sometimes middle of summer, you plant something, it's going to die anyway, so, especially trees.
Especially given the tract and the amount of area we're dealing with here. I mean, I've got another situation I'm dealing with, and the homeowner has suggested that, well, they'll make sure they get watered, but it's a small area around a septic system. Here we're talking, across, next to the neighbors, it's got to be about 11 acres, I believe, I'm sorry, I think it's 4 acres of land that is part of the buffer that's adjoining the neighbors that was, the trees were removed. There are some trees still there, as some of the ones which we need to cut down, but then I think there still are some trees there, but not enough to maintain, the buffer that was intended.
Yep.
And I don't know if Tom DeNouvel, if you're here, if you want to add anything at this juncture, because I'm looking for the plan as far as when the plan was to start it. I think the idea was to start it as soon as we could, but.
Yeah, I could fill in a
This is Tom DeNouvel of Mad River.
Hi, this is Thomas DeNouvel. I'm the developer of this project, which means I have been working behind the scenes, I suppose, to help get this project underway with the engineering studies and the permitting. Although I think we've met briefly in the past, but I'd like to thank you all for your time. In terms of the trees, we are anticipating planting 518 trees, new trees, in addition to doing a tremendous amount of seeding in the wetland area. So the new trees are in the residential buffer area, and the seeding is in the wetlands area. I think that the timeline you're suggesting is in line with what we anticipate, which is to say to complete all of that by the spring of next year. But we would start with some of the remediation as soon as we're approved for the special permit.
Thank you.
I think to take public comment. Does anybody here like to speak on the matter? Please just come forward to the mic and state your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Joyce Jacobs. My address is 778 Ashburnham Street. I'm a direct abutter to the project here. As Attorney Barrett indicated, basically we're here because of the buffer zone that was previously approved as part of this project was extensively removed with the logging that was there. At this case now, no matter what the reason why the trees are gone, we now have to figure out how are we going to get that back. And part of that restoration is now included in the new zoning bylaws that are in place, that the visual impact of these projects should be minimized by the neighbors. I'm happy to hear from Mr. DeNouvel that they're planting 518 trees, but we have not yet seen a plan. The plan that was submitted so far for plantings was really for the wetlands restoration, and as it was referred to with the Conservation Commission, not for the buffer zone. And it strictly said in their last plan that they would landscape a plan would be provided with trees specific and densities and heights within the 125-foot buffer, but we have not seen that yet. So I don't know. It may be that it's an acceptable plan, but nothing has been presented as of yet. That being said, some of the neighbors, myself, Mrs. Capone, Karen Capone, who I worked with, you will hear from shortly, we put together our own plan of what the neighbors feel would be acceptable as far as restoring that property. Glad to hear that the hazardous trees that are remaining, and John, I'm sure each of the neighbors will work with you as far as what do we figure as hazardous trees and we would like removed so that there will be no concern about we're taking out or we're not. The neighbors will work with you as far as what we consider hazardous trees. In order to minimize the visual impact of this project, we have done some research, and what's happened with past projects is that there's been a 3-tiered restoration plan or a visual impact plan. Some of it starting with very low plantings, then it goes to a mid-level planting, and then trees as far as, the plan that we submitted, Mr. O'Hara, do you know, that was provided to all the board members, and I think you have a copy of our plan, and we detailed out what
Of
we-
their plan?
That
Hold
in
on.
that folder? Because I remember, Joyce, when you'd sent it.
Yeah, we had it ready for last month's meeting, but at that point, it was continued to this month.
Hold on, I'm looking through.
Was it a month's package?
Yeah, I don't have it. No, approved plan, Mad River Solar Site Plan Decision, Wetland Upland Buffer, cover letter application, no, I don't have it.
All right, so as it goes forward, and somewhere along the line, we'd like to mesh whatever Mad River is going to present that includes this 518 trees, similar to with our plan. I mean, we had low-level plants would include native grasses, wildflowers, maybe mountain laurel, some rhododendrons. The mid-level plant would be something like arborvitae, crabapples, dogwoods, those type things. In some cases, projects have done berms that have also created a mid-level barrier so that that creates the visual impact there. And then the final layer would be tall trees, and again, not, small bare root trees, but these would be something substantial that they consider youth size, like hemlock, birch, or oak, to replace what was there.
Joyce, can I stop you just because this is pertinent to what you're talking about? I'm reading the restoration plan of the residential buffer in that, and Attorney Barrett, you might have some insight into this. It actually says in it, in coordination with the planning board, a landscaping plan figure will be provided that details tree species, densities, and heights within the residential buffer.
Right.
Okay, we haven't.
Do you have that plan?
We haven't received that plan.
No, we didn't.
You have one aerial, it might have been the last page of that ERM restoration plan. It has an aerial photo with a table.
Hold on, I'm pulling it up. So the last, no, it's not part of the ERM.
Hello, can you hear me? Sorry, this is Thomas DeNeville.
We can.
Okay, let's see, we did submit this plan to Mr. O'Hara via email, I believe, in April.
Hold on one second. I'm going to see if I can pull it up. I think I did see this. Hold on. Let me find where I might have saw that.
Because I think it'll clear this up.
Okay. Yeah, it does.
We just all want to be in concert with
You're
this.
right.
And so,
Absolutely.
and what we have to put in place just to make sure it happens, is all that occurs.
Yeah,
Everybody wants to work towards the
Joyce,
same goal.
it actually says on it, residential buffer landscape plan. I'm just trying to see if I can find it so I can put it up on the screen. I don't have it, though.
Was it emailed, Mike? Do you have it electronic?
Wait, ERM?
It was.
It's not in the ERM that I can see.
Right, I think this was submitted, and it was kind of like just before we filed, so I was kind of...
Okay.
Do you have it that you can email it to Mike right now? Or-
Tom, do you have it handy? Can you email it to me?
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, Mike, it was emailed on April 20th.
He doesn't have his stuff here, though.
Oh, okay, sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Not getting
Give me
on
your
a
email,
connection.
please.
You can email it to me?
Yes, absolutely.
Paulfont22, PAULFONT 22@gmail.com.
Sorry, Paul, pardon me, the next part?
FONT, font, 22@gmail.com.
Okay,
And I'll pull it up on the screen.
okay, great.
That way we can see.
Okay.
It was attached to...
I've sent it.
Joyce, while I'm pulling it up, if you want to look at this, you can. It has the tree sizes, the amount. No problem, I hear you.
Okay, so
Certainly understand,
No.
All right.
And I don't think we've seen yours either. The one-
I got it, Tom, thank you.
Oh,
Yep.
Okay, I'll pull it up on the screen because I have it here, so let me do this.
Here's the trade.
Sharing.
See.
Screen sharing, share the screen. Okay. All right, so up on the screen is what they're looking at. And it has, so you see this buffer area here that they outlined. And Joyce, you might be able to see it better up on there because it's in color.
Yeah.
So this is the tree plantings they're talking about in the buffer areas, and these are the trees that they're talking about.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, so this is new that we haven't seen yet.
So we're talking about 200 green giant arborvitae, Norway spruce 100, white spruce 53. So those are screening trees, and then they have native buffer trees. So they have red maple, white pine. So these will grow, I'm assuming, in the background of the buffer trees, because the arborvitaes are going to grow faster.
Right, and again,
that's
then,
right.
just as
If I
we had
may-
indicated, the rhododendrons are in there and some others, so that there are possibly multiple layers which screen
That's
low
exactly what it looks like
and
they're doing.
tall.
Yep.
Mountain laurel, high bush blueberry.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just to be clear, the way this will work is there's one track along the residential buffer that's the screening, and then there's another track kind of behind it that's the native trees.
So what's the
So
yellow?
they run in parallel with
Oh,
each
there we
other.
go.
So it says, yeah, so
Residential
it says,
buffer
it doesn't show that on the plan, but yes, that's, I can see that's the intent. It says, this is the residential buffer area, it shows on the right-hand side here. The residential buffer area is this dotted area, so
So
the
with-
first row, or however wide, is screening, and then the back is the other trees that you have here, the native plants.
So, Mr. Denufil, can I ask how far, like, where we're looking at the plan right now, which I'm not sure if you can see on your screen, so the yellow residential buffer that's being restored, how far back does that actually get us? I'm sure not to the 125 feet, but how close to that does it get?
Yeah, so I guess just the way to think of it is the spacing. So you have 30 feet, kind of a 30-foot strip, which has which has the native tree. So it's a kind of like a 30 by 30 square with a tree, and then in front of that is the spaced by 8 feet are the screening trees. So you have basically a depth of 40 feet of trees, kind of
Tom,
basic.
Tom, I don't think you, the question is, how far back will those trees be planted to how close to the original buffer are you going to meet?
Oh, I see. Well, I think the plan is to put it where the yellow indicates.
So the,
what's that actual number? I'm sorry, I don't have that actual
Look at the
calculation.
other plan with the red line.
yeah,
Is
the
that
downside is this plant doesn't have the buffer on it. So I don't know how far it is from the edge of the property line to the edge of the planting that's on this plan. I don't know.
Well, I believe the solar at least as it relates to that, the part that I can see is about, I think that's about 125 feet.
Is it, if I might, I think the plan, it's hard to see it on the screen, but I think there's a dashed line that indicates the I don't know if that's the buffer.
Yeah, but that's the edge of the solar panel. So it says proposed solar project boundary.
Boundary, right.
So my guess is that's the fence line or the edge line of the solar.
I think that would be the one, wouldn't that be the 125, Tom?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
So that means we're getting pretty close to the original
The original,
125 feet.
yeah.
It looks like if that is 125, then this is right along it. So this stretch right here is right along the 125 feet, and this one is close until you hit this corner, and then you kind of teeter away from it a little bit, but you're also a little bit further away from some of the properties at that point.
I think that's why it sort of curves around, Paul,
Right.
is because I think that might be an access point for the project. I'm not positive, but.
And at this point, we're not stuck on the 125 feet. We just want some of the barrier restored so that we can't see, so that that visual impact of the solar panels being there is mitigated. I mean, everybody supported the project before. Unfortunately, we got thrown this curve by way of having, the logging done. So if this is the plan that, as presented, who's doing the computer?
I am.
Paul, can we pull that down a little bit so we won't see the trees, but we'll see more of yeah, so I mean, even up on Stickney Road, I think the abutters up on Stickney Road would be helpful, and that would be good for them.
Yeah,
Proposed in that area? I don't see any yellow.
Yeah, right here.
Oh, is it to the?
So
oh, okay.
hold on, I don't know if you guys could, I see it very good because it's on my screen. Hold on, so I'm gonna try.
There we go, there's a spot.
Yeah,
So there's a spot right here.
Okay.
that's where it's very close to one of the houses on Stickney Road that was cut. So that's an impact area that hopefully would be adjusted.
Which one is, these aren't labeled. So that must be Mike Kelly's up here?
It's a little beyond by Kelly's. There's a new house just
Yeah, right
2 or
on the
3
street.
houses up from Kelly's.
Yeah, I think that's.
Yeah,
like-
and
Oh, yeah.
behind Mark Kelly's house.
160, 180.
So
Yeah, you're right.
those areas, it was, the cut was very close to
Yeah, 'cause
their
this
boundary.
is Mike's house down here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, 2 things, if, the tree, work with each of the neighbors about the hazardous trees, because each one is different. Some of them, you'll see in our plan, we photographed some of the trees at the end of what the hazardous trees look like. They're all leaning over, they're falling, some of them are rotten, they're dead trees that were left there. If those fall on the houses, that's, could be devastating. I also have, matter of fact, if I could, there are 2 or 3 other points, if I could grab.
Sure, here you go.
For you a minute.
Yep.
That we would like included in the special permit as it applies, so that the buffer planting shall be monitored and maintained for a period of 4 years. Because these are trees, they're going to take some time to regenerate and make sure that they've actually taken root, and that any plantings deemed insufficiently established should be replaced within that 4-year period. And again, that's research that we did, that seemed to be
I think
what
that sounds
everybody
completely
recommends.
reasonable.
Right. Also, we would like, for the life of the solar farm, all conditions, whether be original or modified, shall be applied to any additional parties, partners, or owners of both Mad River Solar and the property owner, Mr. John DeNewville. That addresses the, conflict of who's doing what. Everybody needs to be aware, and in case this is transferred on down the road, I understand it's not unusual to develop a solar panel.
Our permit conditions automatic, we automatically put that in our permit conditions, that it's not just this applicant, it's any subsequent applicant,
Right,
so,
that goes
or property owner, so it's definitely understandable.
And as what was done with the Conservation Commission, that they should supply the planning board with a contact person, so that if there's any problems that the neighbors have, we can get a hold of Mr. O'Hara or the planning board, and you would have someone that you could talk to about what an issue is going on with the restoration.
The project manager for the.
Yeah, exactly, whoever's assigned to do that.
Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't see any problems with any of those.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
To touch on what Joyce was saying, though, what you mentioned, so, if there's any proposed transfer of the special permit, it would need to come back to they would need to come back to the board.
Typically,
right,
in some, depending on the types of cases, we do have them come back to actually transfer, so that everybody's clear. We go over all the conditions, so it's making sure everybody's on the same page.
Yep, understood, Madam Chair, yeah.
Except
You
for
got
if it's
that,
the
Tom?
same, sometimes it's the same, pretty much like a same entity or subsidiary, that's not, an exception in that case, but if it's completely a different party.
Yeah, if there is a transfer of ownership, the new owner would have to come in and, basically reapply for the special permit. But obviously, I think if the permit is granted, subject to the conditions, the project's built, I can't conceive of the planning board saying, no, changed our mind after 10 years, take it down.
What's the timeline for the completion of the project?
Tom, have you?
It is, we would like to complete it by the end of 2023.
Operational, right?
Operational, yeah. We will start the remediation work as soon as we have all the permits.
Okay. Other considerations would be the execution of a pilot agreement with the city?
Tom, didn't you do that?
We have that completed.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I didn't think to include a copy of that with the,
Okay,
with
so
the
that's already
application,
established?
but it has been established.
Okay.
Yeah.
John, on that, if the property is transferred or the permit is transferred, does the pilot agreement automatically transfer as well?
I would say that probably not automatically, that would be something, all the terms would be the same, but,
Then similarly, I think, include that as a condition, because, it's been Duke Energy, right, who I think might be on the call, who's at least
Duke
aware
Energy
of
is
this.
interested in the project, and there might be a financial backer for the whole thing, yeah.
But if it is them, my point is, this isn't coming at them from out of the blue, because they've been around for these meetings in the past.
Oh, yeah, no, they've been integrally involved, but I guess I'd have to say, and I don't know if anybody's here for Duke, that they want to know that this is going to be able to go forward, before they're going to, throw in. So.
Right, and that's our point that we're making here. We want to make sure that we're not dealing with one person now and all the arrangements are made and everybody's agreed to. We've already been down that road in 2019. Then situations change and now somebody else is involved and they're in the picture, so.
We're with you on that.
The permit condition 4, was there a reason for that? It says, if the applicant goes out of business, the property owner is still responsible for complying with the terms of the
Yeah.
site plan? But do we put that in other site plans?
Yes, we do.
The wording doesn't seem right, but anyway.
It's in there with the towers as well.
Okay.
Similarly, like, they're responsible for, there's abandonment and decommissioning.
Well, that's separate. We have a performance bond for this, for decommissioning solar array.
But there's also, it's like if the site's left as it is, the owner's responsible for restoring the site.
Yep.
So it's not
I was
just,
just surprised by the
it's
wording.
not just went bankrupt and walked away. It's like you still have to deal with it.
Sure.
So I would say that to finalize our comment, well, Karen didn't get, I don't know if she's got anything else to add at this point, but if this is the restoration plan for the residential buffer, it's quite acceptable to where we are. Based on even the conversations with the Conservation Commission and the wetlands part of it and the water runoff that a lot of the neighbors are facing, the sooner that this can get started, at least that part of it, the better for those neighbors that are having water issues.
Okay.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Do you anticipate, Tom, working on the reclamation project, for lack of a better word, before you start doing, solar panel prep?
Once we have the project fully permitted, we will begin moving ahead with the preparation, site preparation, and the remediation plan. We're just not in a position to do anything until we have all the permits.
No, I understand. I'm saying with the approval.
Yes.
Do you fix the issue you caused first, or do you start putting in the road and doing all that stuff first?
I think that we will begin the wetlands restoration as soon as we can, as soon as we're permitted.
Right.
In other words, we won't be waiting to start construction to do that.
Shouldn't the wetlands restoration already
That's
be
beyond-
in progress?
I'll leave that to the Conservation Commission,
Yeah,
only
and
because
I'm
that's.
going to walk
I
a
recall
fine
that
line
that
here a
was-
little bit, because that, is a Conservation Commission issue, but
Well, in the
that
special commissions.
restoration really has nothing to do with going forward with the solar panel project.
Right, and as I recall, in the special conditions of the revised order of conditions that have been approved, they were supposed to do that first,
So they're just saying
stabilize
that-
the situation.
That should be ongoing
Stormwater.
now.
So to separate it, it's not dependent upon the special permit whether the restoration activity occurs. It's the restoration activity can occur outside of the special permit provisions. The special permit provisions are going to ensure that it occurs.
Well, there are really two restorations going on. The wetlands that were controlled by the Conservation Commission, which have already been approved, and that plan is in place. That technically should be worked on now. Going forward with the project, that it becomes the planning board and the other city boards, because that's the restoration of the buffer, which is outside of the purview of the Conservation.
You're certainly not wrong, Joyce. Regardless of an approval or not, they should have already been working on the wetlands.
Right.
That has nothing to do with our approval.
Right,
That has
and
nothing to do with having an adequate, having an active special permit. You should be out there tomorrow doing that. You should have been out there yesterday doing that. It has nothing to do with you having an approval. We could deny this, and you would still have to do that wetland work.
Right.
So, Tom, do that soon.
Okay, but just, I don't mean to be argumentative, but I just want to be clear. We don't, until, right now, this property is owned by my father. And we have come to the Conservation Commission as the solar project to remediate the land in advance of constructing the solar project. So until we actually have the land transferred to us, which we will do as soon as we are permitted and ready to go, we, as the solar project, don't actually have any obligation. I'm not, again, it's not to be.
That's a pretty terrible statement, Tom.
Yeah.
Tom, no, Joyce, Tom, for the fact that you're here asking for an approval and you just had that statement in a public hearing is a pretty ridiculous statement. Then have your father do it yesterday. I don't care who does it. I mean, it should have already been done. Someone caused this issue
The property
that shouldn't
owner
have happened.
is responsible.
Yes, I'm not the property owner, that's all I'm saying.
I'm just saying, but it is, and the restoration that has to occur has been in violation for wetlands activities, needs to be restored.
I'm going to solve this problem right now. The special permit condition we're going to have tonight is the wetland restoration issue has to happen before you do any work on the solar project at all.
Just to be clear, we are not in a position financially to move ahead with this restoration project, which is a very large restoration project, unless we are moving forward with the solar project.
No, I understand that. I'm saying, when we're talking about.
In other words, we can't, this is a,
I don't know that it's financially dependent upon restoration of the
but just to
wetlands,
be
though,
clear,
so
I
that's.
don't own this property, and if you'd like to go back to the landowner and bring him up for the tree clearing that he did, that would be the only recourse. I can't authorize the spending of what will be a tremendous amount of money to do the restoration plan until we know that we're moving forward with the solar plan.
If I might, Tom and Madam Chair, I mean, I think the problem, unfortunately, has been met with a number of delays just in terms of scheduling and timing of everything. But as Mr. DeNuffel says, the fact of the matter is they don't have the resources to do the restoration work unless the project does go forward. In terms of the timing of getting the restoration work done, I'd only submit that it would seem that some of the infrastructure work for the solar project needs to be done in order to mitigate the runoff that, just the wetlands restoration isn't going to address. you know, planting. So it all sort of has to be done together. And if the permits are granted, we believe it can happen. But it's...
Just to be clear, and it was...
Say that'd be priority one.
Yeah, it was partial, it was, I think Tom got sidetracked there. What I was saying was, as part of the approval, the condition of the approval is going to be that the wetland remediation issues happen first, and that the site restoration and wetland remediation happens before you install any solar panels on that solar field.
Oh, absolutely.
You think they're going to...
That's exactly what they said.
Okay, but Paul, if you don't mind, but what I understood was before we did anything, so what I was trying to say is in the context of the solar project, and also in regards to the wetlands restoration and the stopping of the erosion, we'd have to go in and do the sediment control and stuff that's part of the wetlands, solar project, because that was what was planned. Unfortunately, what happened is the tree removal happened a lot quicker than we expected.
I mean.
So you're looking at doing
Tom
the wetlands work and the buffer work simultaneously before any solar panels go in? And stabilize
I think
the
that's
site.
understandable, Tom, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, that to occur and stabilize the site before solar panel.
Okay, okay. Before the solar panels.
Yes, before the solar panels, the work's to be
It's
done.
particularly, I get you, Tom, and I apologize. I think that part of the issue here is it's hard to believe that a direct relative of yours you don't have some control over. That's the issue.
You could say I was under lawyer. It is my father, I must admit.
I hear you.
And we had, look, shame on me. I have a bit of a handshake agreement with my father about this.
Yeah.
We've committed a tremendous amount of capital to putting this together, and he's an 82-year-old guy. I love him, and he waved his pen, and we had a big problem here with this forestry project.
I hear
we're
you.
trying to clean it up.
It sounds like we'll get there.
Let's move forward with this. So we're here for the special permit and site plan review. We've got the same, similar conditions from the site plan that will be transferred over to special permit conditions in addition to any of the special permit conditions underneath the citation for that section under the 181.6.
Yeah, by the way, sorry, may I just make one more point, not to put my foot in my mouth again, but just to be clear about something?
Yeah.
Yes.
The buffer, the wetlands buffer, so the restoration project will absolutely begin first. I think in terms of the tree planting and screening, we probably, and I'm not the construction expert here, but I know there will be a lot of heavy equipment around the solar site, which the residential buffer is going to be, shielding the view of. So I just want to make sure that if the actual construction requires that we plant those barrier trees, that we can do that in the normal sequence of construction, which may mean that those trees actually come in later, but the actual wetlands restoration we anticipate starting right away. But just want to be clear about
Does that make sense? In other words, the wetlands work would happen first, but because of the heavy construction that would be involved, the planting of the trees that would be the farther buffer would be later.
I don't know that that's, I don't know, Joyce, hold on.
Yeah.
I don't know that that's accurate, and I only say because there shouldn't ever be trucks in that 125-foot buffer, ever.
Exactly. That's the point I was.
That was the point of the 120, that was the point of the 125-foot buffer, that you're keeping a separation of the project, and there wouldn't have been trucks there if there were trees there.
Right.
So, no, so I disagree with that statement. I don't think that that's the case.
The neighbors are also expressing that there's a lot of runoff coming off right now. So when is the plan for actually addressing that?
I mean, you need those roots in the ground to start stabilizing that I don't want to get too far into Concom. This is a Concom thing.
Just said by next spring, those plantings will be in.
Right.
But
And
they're
we
going
already
to
said
start
that.
now.
Is that the plan, right, Tom? That we'll have the trees planted by next spring?
So I just want to be clear. There are two buffers. There's the wetlands buffer, and then there's the residential buffer. The wetlands buffer, we anticipate starting as soon as I mean, we would have started now.
Plan with the wetlands buffer.
The tree buffer, the residential buffer, as I said, I'm not exactly sure where we anticipate bringing equipment through. Obviously, we're not going to bring it through someone's backyard, but we're not going to bring it over the wetlands either. So I guess I just want to be clear that we may need to be able to just have an opening to do that, wherever that may be.
Yeah, in other words, you're going to need equipment that is going to avoid the wetlands, but you're going to need equipment to come around and plant
But you have to do that before you have your solar panels in. You have to do that before you have your fencing.
I don't think there's a question, Paul, about doing this before the solar panels go in.
Oh, that's all we were talking about.
It's just,
He's just saying that they would do the wetlands piece first, then they'll put the trees in.
then the trees.
But there's an access road that's always been part of the plan. That's where all the equipment was
Right.
going to come
So
in off of
It
Ashland.
sounds like we're all on the same page. We already talked at the beginning of the meeting. We'll ballpark a year from when the permit's written, which is going to be, whatever, a month from now, whatever the case is. A year from that gives you the fall and the spring of next year to do, obviously, wetlands first, and then, like we talked about, buffer trees, all that stuff, and then site work. If there's a couple areas that you have issues with, then so be it. But like I said, I imagine you need to get that equipment in first so that you're out of the way of the solar field before you start putting in the solar field, which means all those trees have to go in first.
Right.
So if that's the case, then we're talking about the same thing, and there's no problems. So
Sometimes that's the problem with the English language.
If you run into an issue with a particular part of the site where you say, okay, this might get in the way of something, we have to step back and revisit that, come mention it to us, talk to us, and we'll tell the neighbors and get everyone on the same page. The point is, those trees were supposed to be there. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to set a baseline where we're saying, okay, it needs to be a priority for the trees to get back, the buffer to start growing, so that it can start shielding them from construction activity, let alone the panels themselves, which are less invasive than the construction. So the sooner we get them out there, the better. That's my only point.
Okay.
Point well taken.
Great. We're happy to get them up as fast as we possibly can.
Okay.
Perfect, thanks, Tom.
Do we have enough information to close the hearing? Is there
Yes.
any other further comment?
Let me check.
Mike, any other department comment?
Only if Nick had something, if he's still on the line.
He is still here.
Hey, thanks for
I
hanging
don't
in
know
there,
if you're
Nick.
still awake, Nick, but if you have anything you want to say.
I am still awake. I submitted a few comments to Mike earlier today via email. I think they're pretty self-explanatory, but
Sorry, the email went down. I can't call that up right
Can
now,
you-
Nick.
Could you reiterate them?
sorry.
Or briefly go over them?
Of course. So basically, the main point of the comments was that the drainage design that was done back in 2019 doesn't necessarily take into account the present site conditions. It assumed the present site conditions, and that's kind of what an engineering design does. It assumes what post-development conditions are going to be. But my recommendation was to have the engineering company that did the original stormwater design to kind of reevaluate and take into account current observations in the site and current conditions on the site. And I think that'll kind of result in a more robust design that might address some of the runoff issues that some of the abutters are seeing.
Okay.
And that was the real main concern that I had. Everything else was kind of addressed through some of the Conservation Commission comments that we had.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Tom, that's something that the engineers can look at, reevaluate?
I think we could do that in the context of the final design.
It's not something we would wait on a decision, if that's why you hesitate.
Pardon me?
It's not something that I think we need to wait on for a decision, if that's why you're hesitating. Meaning, we can condition the decision on your engineers re-looking at the drainage to make sure their calculations are still accurate. And if there's any other recommendations they make, like Joyce had said, maybe there's a design swale that they recommend, given the runoff now, and while you're there, you do, you have some sort of drainage swale separating the buffer now, or something. I'm not saying that's the case, I'm just saying it's a possibility.
So a condition might be that to require the applicant's engineer to reevaluate.
I already have it. My point was, I think it sounded like Tom was hesitating because he thought that would delay a decision.
Yeah, it's
I'm not worried about that.
It's not an as-built we're looking for. It's now, based upon the current conditions, and then if anything needs to be updated or altered based upon the current conditions and.
Okay.
Correct.
And the new planting plan, if anything else has to change.
Right.
Correct.
Makes sense.
Make design.
To be clear, that they look at it and we update it prior to construction.
Right. Right.
Yep, so that should be done by, when would be a good expectation to see that, Nick?
I'd say sometime prior to construction. It's going to take some time for the engineers to go back out, reevaluate site conditions, tweak their drainage design calculations, and then resubmit them to us for review and approval. So I'd anticipate a couple of months at the minimum.
Okay.
So to be clear, we can do this in the context of moving forward with the whole project, which we're happy to do. We can't do it in the context of going and hiring an engineering firm.
Correct.
Again,
We're talking
not
about
knowing if we're gonna
conditions. We're talking about conditions.
Of a permit that would be granted, Tom.
Yes.
So in other words, what I think Mr. Erickson was saying is that, what's the time frame for that?
Yes.
The permit issues, assumedly, conditions that
would be
the
done by-
drainage and the engineering is reevaluated, and the time frame for doing that would be, I think
90
Nick
days.
suggested, 2 months or 90 days, something like that. He said at a minimum,
Right.
but might need more.
We may be, I guess my point is that we may be, I'm not exactly sure what the construction schedule will be for this project. There is, as we all have heard, a tremendous backup in terms of supply chain for, in particular, solar panels.
So prior to starting the solar panel work.
Before the solar work.
Before the
panels are installed.
You need a DPW approval on an
before the
updated
panels
drainage
are
plan.
installed, fine.
Yeah, so if I may weigh in, typically the site design is something that's constructed prior to the completion of any sort of structure. So I would anticipate a similar path or timeline for this project. So ahead of the solar panel installs, the engineer would take a look at the current site compared to the previous runoff or stormwater design, make any tweaks necessary, submit that to DPW for review and approval, and then move forward with construction. So not anything related to the timeline of the permit itself, but just the completion of the work according to a schedule prior to construction.
Thanks,
Sure.
Nick. Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Okay, motion's been made. Second. With the second to close the hearing, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Discussion?
I'll make a motion to approve the special permanent site plan for 0 Ashburnham Street, Mad River Solar, subject to the following conditions. Mitigation plan buffer work to be completed within 1 year of approval. Work with neighbors regarding the hazardous trees to make sure that some aren't taken down where they're still wanted. Follow the residential buffer landscaping plan. Monitor trees and plantings 4 years and replant dead trees or plants. Subject to the other permit conditions, the pilot, the reclamation bond, a performance bond for reclamation of the site. Resolve the wetland issue and site restoration before installation of any solar panels. have an engineering company revisit the drainage plan to take into account site conditions before any of the solar panels are installed.
And submit to DPW for review and approval prior to any construction of the
Sure,
panels.
and submit to DBW.
I think we have all those. And again, all the other conditions from the site plan
From the site
previously.
plan, yeah.
Yeah, between working
Be
hours
incorporated,
and other,
yeah.
yeah.
You got that, Tom? All the other conditions that were in the site plan would be incorporated in this special permit, such as hours of operation when construction does start, and things like that that are in the site plan approval.
And we have a completion date of the end of 2023 for the project.
Oh, thank you. I forgot about that.
Mr. Fontaine, can we keep this, so we'll have a copy of what?
Mike?
you're-
Yeah.
Or you can send me a copy, Mike, either one, but,
You can have that.
Keep it, and I'll email you.
okay, thank you.
Clean copy.
Okay.
Second?
All right. A motion's been made with a second. All those in favor, and I'm going to take roll call, say aye. All those opposed, say oppose. Alex?
Aye.
Lynn?
Aye.
Amanda?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Paula? Aye. Tracy?
Aye.
Thank you,
very
guys.
much.
Thank you,
Yep, good luck.
Madam Chairwoman,
Thank you very
members of the board. Appreciate it, and
Thank you.
appreciate your, the service you do for the city, staying at these meetings, huh, Joyce, to such late hours. It's,
We miss seeing you here, John.
yeah, I miss here, and it's really a wonderful venue, though. I mean, this is a great place for a hearing. I'm glad I came out and attended in person rather than
We
zooming
changed
in.
nights just so we could be here in person.
Yeah.
So-
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
So we have before us this evening, just a couple other items. We do have our minutes.
I have no changes for March. I have a couple for April.
So I did have some, let's,
You want me to pull them up?
yes, we have March to go over and then April, because we forwarded March, so.
Sure, you didn't vote on March last
We
time?
did vote on March. I'm almost 100% sure. When you said that the other day, I was
But
like, because I had notes on it that I crossed off that someone changed, so.
But I think the minutes read, they were sent over to the, to be
Okay.
done.
Does
So I was
anyone
like,
have any
okay.
changes on the
Reminded
March
me.
meeting minutes?
I provided my comments
other than you.
previously.
It was on March. Oh.
No.
you- Yes, you
Yes, I
provided
did. I
comments.
commented
Got
on
it.
March and I forwarded them over.
I'll make a motion to approve the March minutes with Paula's changes.
Second.
Motion's made in second. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed?
I did have a couple, and I didn't compare them to yours, Paula, so I will just tell you the three changes I have, and you tell me.
You referred to me as Mr. Keck in one of them.
Ah, Mr. Keck.
Yeah.
Sometimes I do that just because I know you want to find at least one.
I swear to God, sometimes you make a mistake and it's on purpose. I just happened to, we were talking about
There we
14
go.
Highland. So I ended up going back and watching last meeting, and I was reviewing these while I was watching it. So I know this was correct. The end of 14 Highland, do you want me to pull up yours? Is that yours?
This is April.
Okay,
This is
yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Okay.
The end of 14 Highland, so second page,
Page two.
top
So
third.
before, what, is this page one? No, this is page two.
Yep,
Page
top
two.
third, it starts off with Mad River, and then it's 14 Highland.
Okay.
So 14 Highland, at the bottom, it needs to say, motion made, Ms. O'Kane, to withdraw, and seconded, Ms. Cack, 7-0 unanimous, give leave to withdraw.
Which one?
We took a vote on that, 14 Highland.
Oh,
Give it leave to withdraw. I watched the
Yes,
meeting, so.
you're right.
We took a vote on it. It was Laura that made the motion, and Amanda who seconded it, and then it was 7-0. We have to put that up on the wall, though, because I didn't make that motion, so I'm amazed that I was here. And I'm impressed with Laura. And then the
Oh,
last
that
one.
was that time, yeah.
Yeah, and the last one was page 4, bottom. This is whatchamacallit, Woodland Estates. First, it says no work on Sundays of holidays, Sundays or holidays. which isn't a big deal. Right there. Go up. No, up. Right there. Sundays of holidays, the first bullet point.
Oh, no work on
Sundays or holidays.
or holidays.
I watched this hearing as well because I watched Concom after, so I went back and watched some of our meeting to compare the two. One of them was Paula had to keep water on the site to mitigate dust. That was one of your bullet points. Oh, I didn't even look. Is that on the second page?
I added that.
No,
It was during the hearing, I talked to them, we talked to them about that, and they agreed to do it.
No, I know. I know. I watched the meeting while I was doing these. I know you said, I was curious if it was on there. So water the site to mitigate dust.
Yep.
And then they volunteered this, even though it wasn't on here, no blasting or hammering on weekends at all. Jamie suggested that. That wasn't actually in any of these decision notes. I thought that was a pretty important part. So that needs to be one of the bullet points, no blasting or hammering on weekends. And I watched it as I was writing it, so I know Jamie Rowe said that. I'll make a motion to approve as amended.
Second.
Anybody else have anything to add? No. A motion's made and seconded to approve as amended. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed? Okay, minutes are done.
There is at least one person here for Game On, and we don't, Beth, we don't have anything for Game On. However, I did, just because I knew you'd be on tonight, I did talk to Commissioner Erickson earlier today via email. We're still waiting on the quote for the sidewalk on Game On Way. I'm sure you also know that the city is going to be repaving Industrial Road, and the developer and via the city is going to be repaving Game On Way. All of that is to be determined. The one thing I did want to follow up on was to reach out to Peter at some point, and maybe I will if I have time, although I'm sure he's waiting with bated breath for my email, is a status update on the upper parking lot, the new parking lot. I was up there a couple weeks ago and they were working on it. Beth, you're certain, you're welcome to speak, Beth. I just unmuted you. You know better how much work, I don't know, have they been doing work consistently on that parking lot behind your house?
Is that the one on top of the hill?
Yep.
Yeah. They have been.
Okay. Yeah, so like I had mentioned via email, and I don't know how well Peter remembers, but they cannot use that until we sign off on it. We need to make sure that it's safe and that it's adequate. As you know, the entrance that they're using to that is 12, 15 feet off the ground. So guardrails, all that stuff. So we need to look at it before they use it. So anything, Beth, that you had?
I was just looking for an update if they were there to provide one. My question was that the work that they are doing on the very top of the hill, if that was parking lot or if they had submitted plans for additional development that hadn't been included in the original plan.
No, so those fields are still approved, but Peter keeps saying that they're not imminent. So the parking lot is a request of the Fitchburg Police and us to make sure that they get more parking. We did talk to him about making sure that there's no light shining into your houses or any of that stuff. That's part of the reason why I want to see it once it's built and how high it is. Peter said the grade's going to be way above your houses. Obviously, I want to see that with my own eyes. So we'll keep on top of it. But we did get about 3 weeks ago, we got I sent it to you, Beth, the next 2 months of events there.
Okay.
I think I sent it to you. I forwarded it to that chain of email that you and John and someone else, one of your other neighbors was on.
Yeah, I think it was David that was on that one too.
Yeah. So obviously the sign's up. I assume the city's working on getting our placard on there. I told Tom to a month or two ago.
I think you contacted Nick about it. Yeah.
Okay. So
we have that.
Okay.
And there was just email correspondence regarding Drapanos, so hopefully within the next few weeks, there'll be some type of site visit just to go over expectations for the roadway and signage aspects.
Yeah, John Demalia said he'll have the project manager or the site guy, Jeff Andrews.
I mean, didn't we forward it
Reach
to
out.
them that they needed DPW review and approval of a plan? So they didn't provide, we strongly recommend they provide some type of a engineered plan, not just like, here's the drawing of what pavement from here to here.
Mhm.
And what the signage, and that the signage and the roadway circulation is appropriate.
I know Councilman Van Haziger is going to meet. I'm going to go, and Commissioner Erickson and I already talked. He's going to be there, so we'll iron it all out.
I'm an interest as well.
Oh, yeah, well,
Whenever
definitely,
you're on site on that.
you'll know. I didn't want to put you on the spot and say
No
you had to go,
problem.
but you'll be the first to know, Paula.
It's like, when it's moving.
I did have a question very briefly, and I don't know if you have an update, but it was mentioned tonight about the no more retail locations for marijuana. I know there's a new sign up, and I know they've done work, but do we have any idea if Water Street is anywhere near close to opening?
Both Water Street and John Fitch Highway, Green Era, both have certificates of occupancy from the local folks. It'll probably be another couple of months before they get the final
You know their
okay.
permit's up in June or July? It was 1 year, we did it last summer.
To be, okay.
Or maybe it's
Well, let me-
September, it might be September.
I think it's later, like at the tail end of the summer, yeah.
But I only say that
But they were
because I said,
So-
don't bother showing back.
Last I had talked to
So-
the
a
person from
question
Green
is-
Area, that they were waiting on the CCC
Yeah, so
architect to do
a
a
question
final
is complete, if they got a CO, are they all set, really?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Have to
if-
wait for CCC?
I mean, if they're
or-
waiting on CCC, there's nothing they can do. I get that.
Right.
It's the fact that it's been 4 years or however long it's been. So,
Close to. So that would be numbers 5 and 6. And number 7, which might beat them, is Lunenburg Street, next to Conquest Video,
Okay.
which is
OMG.
OMG. Oh, cannabis. Also, they just got their local CO, and Sean is waiting on the state. If you've been by there, the site improvements that they were going to do on the side street, Garland Street, that's all done. So, and then the last one would be Dr. Watkins on Wayland Street, the dentist's office.
Oh, yes.
And it's framed inside, but that's all.
the board members that, I think you just sent it to Paula and I, or maybe you just sent it to me, but I found, Mike sent me an email the other day that I found interesting. Donnelly's Tavern is apparently in the, but I already, someone just told me the other day, Lunenburg already said no,
Yeah.
but I said,
I heard that.
Yeah, but we just got the notice.
Right. Actually, I talked to Adam just the other day. I think their planning board meeting was coming up Monday.
Yeah,
This
so it
past
hasn't-
Monday.
yeah, so it's-
I think they had a proposal before, which did not fly. And it wasn't a Donnelly's. This is a brand-new one. But I
Yeah,
think
I
that
was just
John
surprised.
is...
Well, I mean,
Before we get off, the Healing Center was going to work on the traffic island,
I know,
the
yeah.
Rotary, and that grass has not been cut in quite some time. So whether or not you
Okay,
can
we have,
outreach there.
Paul Ferrazzi's, I've talked to him fairly recently. I can give him a ring.
It's not
Right,
just like,
the
you know-
riprap doesn't look all that great.
Oh, well, there's that, but then the
She's talking about
but
the
then the
Rotary.
traffic island, the Rotary, they did a
Oh,
planting in
oh.
the middle, and it's not just
Okay.
plant and be done, it's maintain it.
Okay, that's it.
It is a nice tree that they put in.
Yeah.
Well, it was
So-
Henry Dexter's, grandson that was doing that for a while, right?
It was a couple of former Concom members that I,
No, but it was a relative of Henry Dexter's, who's the Dexter Circle, it was named after him. Because I remember when we did the thing, he came and was talking about how it was his family's Rotary, the
Oh, okay.
island or something.
Yeah.
I forget who it was, but anyway.
So, was it a couple more items? If you can provide an update on what's happening with the Starbucks in Twin City.
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned that. I keep
Okay.
forgetting about that. They have to have
We
made a
haven't heard
decision by
anything
now.
about
Yeah,
that
I would too.
regarding,
they
No.
might have, I'll check with Elizabeth in Leominster.
okay, thank you. And as an aside, I kind of wanted to know about the landscaping along River Street, particularly around the Rotary we have with Main Street. It's like, when is that going to be done or kept up, or has there been letters sent out to any of the abutters about helping to
talking about
maintain the
Main-
landscape?
you talking about Main and River?
Main and River, that Rotary, and then all
Oh.
along River.
Yeah.
all this money and effort went into beautifying that entire strip, and it's like, well, efforts are being made in one direction, and it's kind of forgotten.
I don't want to speak for Commissioner Erickson, but I have a feeling it's a manpower issue. It took almost 5 weeks to get a
True,
pothole
but I
filled
wanna
that
say,
we had 6 people put in requests for.
I think a lot but part of that was getting also some agreement with the abutters about helping to maintain those. So I think a little outreach probably can go a long way towards, you've got businesses, it's out right in front from auto dealerships. We've got the actual, the new locksmith on the corner that even has signs in the island, but it's not maintained. So it's kind of like, I don't mind, but as long as it's maintained, so please clean it up. It's just these little things.
Okay.
Right around Crocker Field and all,
Yeah,
there's a lot of
well, I was just
pedestrian
like, well, you
traffic in that
drive
area.
over
so you're
that
like,
one,
why does
so-
it look like this?
Yeah.
There was $50,000 given for CDBG for beautifying and cleaning up Main Street or part of that area. So it's, where did that go?
Yeah, where did that go?
It takes maintenance.
So just trying to.
Here, I can speak to that a little bit. So I can't speak to the private property ownership and maintenance issues. On the DPW side, it's a tough situation. It's a fine line we walk between community development, getting grants to beautify areas, and us actually being able to maintain them after we take ownership on the back end. This is a case where if we had been able to hire temporary help early enough in the season and throughout the past few years, maybe we could maintain all of the landscaped areas along River Street, but it's just a little bit above and beyond our capabilities when we have a park staff. Parks generally is the division that we use to maintain these types of things, of only 3 people at the moment. So that's for the whole city. We have well over 30 parks, let alone all the traffic islands and adjacent buffer areas to the roadways. So it's a tough situation.
Is it sheriff department work at all? Could help with any of that?
The sheriff department?
Yes, their, outreach task force, so to speak.
Well, they've cleared brush, along streets, or, they help in the
Yeah.
summertime with
Right. I've
seen
shoveling,
them
et
on
cetera,
Main
et cetera.
Yeah.
But
But
They do help. It just the needs of the city are so widespread that even having the prisoner work crew plus our staff, it leaves us short-handed.
I want to encourage more of a working relationship with our community and the business community. We found that a little goes a long way, that sometimes you just have to point it out and ask, and they'll assist. So that's kind of like the point I'm trying to make in some of those, kind of like, it's in their better interest as well, too, to ensure that that the property looks good.
Yeah, I agree. There's a number of property
So just
owners
kind of like,
along that
and I'm not
corridor
saying
that could
it
help
has,
out.
and I'm not saying it has to be DPW to do the outreach, it's just somebody. So just want to mention that sometimes that helps.
Gotcha.
So June 28th, the next meeting, you were talking earlier before this started about July?
Yeah,
Are you
yes.
bumping that around?
So no July meeting, meeting second week of August, because while Paul and I will both be gone, and the chances someone else is on vacation are good, so
So
it's,
Paul's going to be out 3 weeks
So
in
is there gonna be
July.
2 in
I'm out the
August?
last week in July.
we'll do one the second week of August, and by the time we have that agenda, we will know if we'll have to do more.
end.
The hope is that no, but it causes issues next month. If we don't get stuff done next month, we have to tell people it's going to be 6 or 7 weeks before our next meeting. So I'm going to do whatever I can, and I would encourage anyone on the board that has any connections to anyone next month to talk to them about trying to answer questions before our meetings. That's going to be my goal. That's what I tried to do with
Is that time appropriate?
Lunenburg Street today.
Can the board members make the August
That would be August 9th.
9th?
second Tuesday in August.
Tuesdays are no problem.
I think so.
And
So
Dan
that's-
conferred that the room is open.
Right.
About 4 hours ago, right?
We're all go as long as we can have, hopefully, at least 6 people. Let's say 5 people, but hopefully at least 6 people. So, We'll pencil it in. If anyone has a problem, email Mike. And we'll.
Guys, I'm looking at my calendar. I'm not available the 9th.
Okay. All right.
I'm here, so.
Okay.
You okay?
We'll have to talk to Peter. I mean, if Peter, Laura, and/or
Yes, we'll say it's
anyone else
tentative right
can't.
then.
Yeah, anyone else
We can
can't.
kind
But let's pencil it in. I mean, the other alternative, Paula, is you do it a week in July that you can do, but like I said, I can't do the 12th, 19th, or 26th. So
I can do pretty much any week
I
except
can
for
do
the
the
last week
5th, but
of July.
I'm pretty sure that's a municipal holiday, because oh no, that's a Tuesday. So the 4th will be just Monday. They don't do, Mike, you don't do the 4th and the day
No, it'd
after
be
the
day-
4th
It
off,
would
do
be
you?
right after our meeting. It's a week after
Yeah,
our last.
right,
Not sure.
yeah.
I think it's probably the 3rd.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. No one's going to want to do that anyway, so that's kind of why we fell where we fell.
So,
Okay.
Tentative, August 9th. But again, and then we'll hear from other folks and other ways, whether we can just pick a day in July sooner. Is there anybody else unavailable in July?
In July?
In July?
Oh,
Well, if we have to pick.
our regular meeting, you
Yeah,
mean?
no, well, I can't do the last week, so if you can't
Well,
do
you won't
3
be able
weeks
to,
worth.
You won't be able to do here if you do the,
It's okay, we
Let's
could still.
just take July off and it's okay. It's okay.
I don't have a problem with that. I'm pretty confident we can close out the majority of what we need to close out next meeting.
All right, so
Okay.
is everybody good?
Make a
Any
motion to
other
adjourn.
Communications?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, everybody. Wait, countdown.